Yes, 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 y'all. Aquí andamos, aquí andamos. All right, let's get right to it. Let's get right to it. Appreciate y'all being here. If you haven't already hit the like for me, do me that favor. Hit the like. Doesn't cost you a thing. We're all good. Super chat, super stickers are turned on if you want to help support the channel. Deculturation Live. If you want to watch this later, it'll stay up there. All right. I started streaming because I got fed up of the normalization of liberal Zionism, specifically during Marianne Williamson's book tour disguised as a presidential campaign. We saw the vanguard defend her false narrative of the founding of the Zionist entity, going so far as to say, when I challenged them on their stream, they said, nope, there were some good Zionists. They just went about it the wrong way. Hassan Piker invited the Zionists into his home and gave some slight pushback, but nothing substantial. I mean, as he said himself, Zionists should be treated like neo Nazis. He did not treat her like that. No neo Nazis coming into my home. And so, one of the big focus of this channel was to challenge Wonder Bread Tube, these white people who normalize white supremacy. The Zionism, the ideology, is a white supremacist one. And the fact that it is trying, there's figures like Norm Finkelstein trying to talk about Jewish supremacy, which is great and dandy. But you notice this pattern with these white so-called leftists is they avoid talking about white supremacy because it'll force them to do some self-evaluation, and they can't partake in that because these are, for the most part, narcissists. These are, for the most part, white saviors. They can't handle criticism. So the slightest pressure applied to them, they lose it and their hoods start slipping off. All it takes is a little push. So we've seen it with Norm Finkelstein, how he attempted to do the anti-woke grift. Check out Dr. Jared Ball's interview with him that essentially everyone, all the white leftists have ignored. Katie Halper, essentially following that interview, did a little bit of a PR save a face for Norm Finkelstein. My point being is all it takes is a little bit of pressure for these white leftists to really demonstrate who they are. And God, I fucking love it. I fucking love it because I was never under any illusion that I would be friendly to them. I was never under any illusion that I'd be associated with them in any positive light. One of my objectives is to make these motherfuckers as uncomfortable as possible because they have dominated this space and simply use it for their own financial benefit, and that's it. And that's it. And what I love about white people outside of the belly of the beast is just like the white people in here that love to target, point out, and have a little special extra hate for the compradors, for the sellouts, because they get to relieve themselves of their racist sentiment, of their bigotry, that weaponized racism, that weaponized bigotry. We've seen it with Cal Lindsay. We've seen it with Jennifer Welch, with her homophobia. We've seen it with her anti-blackness. Same shit with Cal Kalinske. We've seen it with Hassan. When he gets pressured, we understand the dog whistles. We hear it. For white leftists, him saying black folks, and us hearing what he means, what he's truly saying, is identity politics, is overreacting, is being the friend that is too woke. But we know what it is because we've have to, and 100% depending on your melanin. If you're black, you have to do this even more so, especially to keep yourself safe around brown people. You have to pick up on the dog whistles out of safety, out of precaution. And so I already thought, I'm like, I've seen so many things about Bad Empanada that just make me uncomfortable. I like to joke around and focus on the most ridiculous, outrageous things that make me uncomfortable because it's fucking funny to me. And so I've been very public that I always thought that it was suspicious that somebody, a white person, a colonizer in Australia, would move to Argentina. All right. I always thought that was weird. That was suspicious. I could have talked about his anti-blackness. I could have talked about other things, that he's shown throughout the years that demonstrate that this guy is a typical white narcissist. But I think that shit's funny to poke fun at the fact that he's Australian and now he's Argentinian, right? Because all it takes is a little bit. They're thin skinned. Their skin can't handle fucking UV rays. You think they can handle criticism? Of course not. Y este güero, he's used to running his mouth and talking shit about other white people. And that's cute as fuck. That's cute. But everyone knows, everybody in this chat knows. When it comes to roasting, when it comes to talking shit, when it comes to being petty, unless they're calling the cops, white people can't hang. And they call the cops because they can't hang. They play the victim because they can't hang. And so we see it with this thumbnail. Assaulted by, attacked by, identity politics, man. Identity politics, man. Just call me a brown man. Mijo, mijito, just call me a brown man. It's cool. I know I make you nervous. It's fine. That is my goal. That is my objective, is to make you people uncomfortable because I despise you. My channel started growing because FD reached out because I was being critical of him and how he was cozying up to this Christian nationalist sympathizers PF jump. So I'm honest and straight up about how much I despise all you white people on here. All you white leftists that are secretly white nationalists. We've seen it with Bernie Sanders, the National Socialist. We've seen it time and time again. How you align with whiteness over everything, no matter what. But white people outside of the belly of the beast, love to play the victim and pretend that they're not part of it, that they don't benefit from white supremacy, that they don't benefit from Western imperialism. That Empanada's family has never been targeted by the U.S. empire, by the U.S. state. Mine has. I don't talk about my personal life because I think it's a very average. It's very normal, and I think mine is especially like within my family being first generation. I know and understand all the privileges that I have. Because those privileges that I have of being born in the US had consequences attached to them. Because if family members got deported when they were undocumented, what do you think was going to happen to me? You think at that point, how do you think my US citizenship was gonna benefit me? The state was either going to take me or I'd be lucky enough to go with my family. So these are like complex, muddy issues and shit that I had to grow up with. Being in the belly of the beast, my family being economic refugees and having to leave Mexico. Why? Oh, because Mexico doesn't know how to run itself. Nope. I mean, we have criticism of Mexico always. We will always have honest, true criticisms. Yo no ando aquí como pura patria mexicana. Nah. All right. It's not that. But being next door to the fucking Goliath, to Babylon, has its benefits, has its perks. We see Mexico play the role of, the border dog to Central and South America. We've seen that. AMLO used it as a bargaining chip. AMLO used that shit. All the white people love to adore AMLO. He used it as a bargaining chip. And I'm so gracious and so grateful to all my Central American friends. I'll leave it like that. I'll just say friends, broadly speaking, who made me aware years ago about the privilege and the amount of space that Mexicans occupy and just the narrative here in the States. that if you're brown, you're Mexican, y ya estuvo. And the erasure of identity for Central Americans, for South Americans. And now there's been exceptions, right? El Salvador has been throughout U.S. history gotten some attention, but broadly speaking, most colonizers here, you're just Mexican. Now we're seeing it again with MS-13, Venezuela's in. All right, yeah, but broadly speaking, you're all fucking Mexicans. And what does that mean for those who aren't? And how is their identity erased? And I've had just the absolute fortune of being around non-Mexican brown people to check me. And that aided me in escaping the whole Chicano identity that now I fucking laugh at. Although I should be more respectful for those those still stuck in it. I'll get better. I'll be more sympathetic. I'll be more empathetic. Sure. I got a lot of work on. So why am I rambling here? And why is this up on screen? There are certain insults, jokes, smears, however you want to phrase it, disparaging comments, phrases that are out there within every community. For ours, we have the no Sabos. The no Sabos, right? Now, I would play Bad Empanada's video covering me, but I'm afraid that he's going to DMCA me. That's what he's known for. He's been recently being a complete, utter fucking hypocrite and DMCAing people. I don't know if he's going to do the same to me. I wouldn't be surprised if he did, right? But he called me a no Sabo. Let me see if I can pull it up. He called me a no Sabo, which is fucking hilarious. Because one, he very clearly does not know what a no Sabo is. But this is what culture vultures do. When a culture vulture attempts to be part of the in group and toss insults around that are used, within the in group against each other for a lot of fucked up reasons, usually. They expose themselves. Let me see. People have been telling me that it's up, that it's no longer paid wall. If you're going to run your mouth, bro, and put it behind a paywall, you're a punk to say the least. But this is what white people do. They run their mouths when it's safe. Jesus. Yeah. Do we watch this? Let's watch it. Fuck it. Hey, oh shit. Let me adjust this here. Control center, and then let's go again. Google. Yeah, let's watch it. Fuck it. If Bad Empanada DMCA's me, we already know what he's about. But before we start, a no Sabo. Understand this. This is an insult that we use amongst each other that I've thankfully never been a part of. Because my Spanish has come and gone throughout the years. My first language was Spanish. It had to be. It was. And then slowly, through assimilation, the assimilation process that Bad Empanada has never been forced into, the assimilation process here, I started losing it. Despite my entire classroom being brown with one white and one black kid. Throughout the years. Entire classroom brown. We were all watching telenovelas with the family. We were all watching all that shit. But we all spoke English in class. And I started losing it. So a rule was implemented in my home. You could only speak Spanish here. And that helped salvage it a little bit. But then as I got older amongst my friends, what was Spanglish? Galo, as they used to call it. It's Spanglish. But you kind of start losing it. But then I found Spanish music, whether Los Fabulosos Cadillacs, El Gran Silencio, Calle 13, Caifanes, Enanitos Verdes, Hombres G, you name it, Mago de Oz, if I'm really feeling that way, right? El Tri. So that helped me out a lot. It was a silencio. I could just keep going, bro. I could just keep going. And and I hate talking about myself because it's so fucking embarrassing, but it's funny. But this is what white people force you to do. White people force you to reaffirm your identity because nothing's ever good enough, and they get to gatekeep you. And so, with the slightest push, the slightest pressure, you see that he's a true culture vulture, and it doesn't take much. And that's just fucking funny to me because it's like, here's the rope, homie. Ya estuvo. So a no Sabo is basically how we kind of check ourselves. See, the OGs, the veteranos out here, were talked down to you if you spoke Spanish during one era, Southern California. That was done because they were forced to assimilate more aggressively than the later generations. Because you weren't allowed to speak Spanish in school at all. You were not allowed to speak Spanish at school at all. And publicly, if you weren't in your barrios, you weren't allowed. There was going to be consequences for that shit too. You better whisper. Because you're putting a fucking target on your back on top of your brown skin. So we have that generation that grew up like that. And then we have younger generations that don't speak it. Why is that? Why is it that we have this, younger generations that don't speak Spanish despite their parents only speaking Spanish? How does that make sense? How does it make sense that your parents only speak Spanish and you don't speak Spanish? And so the stigma starts arising against those that don't speak Spanish without any consideration to why that is. Assimilation being the biggest one. The fact that because of immigration, a lot of these families, a lot of these parents lack formal education. They don't have the time and day. They're working multiple jobs. They're not in the household. They can't be. They can't afford to be. And those that are lack the education to pass on to their children. And so they rely on the US schooling system to do so. The US schools are not going to teach these kids Spanish. Not until like high school when they give it an option, but then we got that Castellano bullshit that Bad Empanada wants to uphold, as colonizers often do. And so here I am being forced to talk about my Spanish, which is fucking hilarious because look, I do have an accent, cabrón. I do. But that's because I'm first generation from the fucking LA area. I don't claim to be, an LA kid, but I'm from the LA area. I'm over here from Southern California. It is what it is. So yeah, it'll slip out. And when I'm forced to go to English to Spanish, it's more evident. Because I don't do that shit that media pushes to where we're using every other word, Spanish, English, Spanish, English. There's this show on Stars, I think, called Vida. Just not a good show, but I watched it. I'll watch it, and you'll understand why I watched it. And they have this character that's supposed to be like from fucking East Los or whatever. And every other fucking word is Spanish, English, Spanish, English. And it's like so annoying and obnoxious because that's a caricature. Nobody speaks like that. I have homies that are from all around the LA area. Nobody speaks like that. It's comical. It's a caricature of how we are. I mean, and there's funny aspects of it too, because it's like, and we've been over this. This is one of my favorite clips because it's so fucking stupid accurate in some ways. And we'll just play a little bit part of it.
American accent will do.
American, okay.
Latin
American, okay.
Sorry.
Why don't we say any Latin American accent will do?
Brazil.
It's a.
They're talking about Brazil.
It's a country in South America. Why don't we say any Latin American accent?
What's the accent of Brazil?
It's a country in South America. Why don't we say any Latin American accent will do?
American, okay.
Okay, homie. Orale, yeah, I can do that. Okay, man. Nachos. Yeah.
A real racist with it, huh?
Yeah, that is extremely racist. And by the way, that's more of a Los Angeles sort of Mexican cholo vibe.
Let's go. Let's go see the Dodgers play the Lakers.
Okay.
Let's go see the Dodgers play the Lakers. Oh shit. And I love stuff like that. That's just fucking hilarious to me. It's funny. Yeah, I know people who speak a little bit more of that kind of caricature kind of, style. And we joke about it amongst each other and shit. With the whole Spensa and all that stuff. But it's funny when you see white people who have the privilege of benefit, because it is privilege to, to learn all these different languages, and to try and flex on you when they don't have to carry the burdens of that. Again, I don't like talking about my childhood, but I literally have experienced this. Being with my family, speaking Spanish in a, like brown fucking grocery store. Trying to be as broad as possible. The name of the grocery store is in Spanish. And some old white lady straight up saying you shouldn't speak to them in Spanish. They need to learn English. And got cursed the fuck out in English. Got ran the fuck out in English. And so I have a lot of sympathy. I have a lot of sympathy for no Sabo kids. Because I understand the fucking pressures to assimilate. I felt it. I've lived it. I'm happy with my Spanish. It could always improve. It could always improve. We can always improve in all fucking aspects of life, right? But it's funny to me when white people like this, I don't give a fuck if you're American or not. You have never been targeted. You have never been targeted by the US. You've benefited from white supremacy. You've benefited from, Western imperialism. You've benefited from that. How the fuck do you think you ended up in fucking Australia? How the fuck do you think you ended up in Argentina, cabrón? But they like to play like they're innocent, like their hands are fucking clean because they're outside of the fucking US. I'm first generation. Why do you think my family came here? Why do you think my family came here? And I'm Mexican American, both culturally and quite legally. I have a Mexican passport. I can vote in the Mexican elections. I could do all that shit because I'm Mexican. So no matter how much he tries to steal that away from me while at the same time trying to claim to be Argentinian, isn't that cute? Isn't that how white people operate? They get to decide your fucking identity despite reality. It's fucking hilarious. Is it worth watching? Fuck it. And so now we have all his fucking cultists coming out. All right.
Do a fun little segment here. A very fun one. I'm going to show you American Prime, the quintessential American. Because a quintessential American made a response video to me.
Quintessential American. It's funny the way that white people here, they don't see whiteness as part of identity politics. They don't see it that way. But it's cute that abroad, they try so desperately. Those of us that are against U.S. imperialism, because we've quite literally, our lives have been morphed by it. Our lives have been shaped by it. I'm not going to be out here be like, oh, the border crossed us. We didn't cross the border. Because again, that's usually rooted in Chicanismo and this Chicano fucking narrative. No, my family and family members literally crossed the border. And the why is quite fucking obvious.
And this quintessential American certainly doesn't think they're the quintessential American, but they very much are.
It's crazy because the quintessential American has told me to my face quite often throughout the years that I'm not American. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that cute? Isn't that adorable? Shit. If only I would have known Bad Empanada thought differently, then I could have corrected them. All those fucking gringos, I could have told them, nope. An Australian culture vulture says otherwise.
And I'm going to be doting over how American they are the entire time. So Americans are characterized by being brain fucked by identity politics. Doesn't matter if they're right wing, left wing, centrist. They're all brain fucked by identity politics.
Identity politics, baby. The dog whistle. El chiflido. The dog whistle. Look, the thing is, and we have to understand, the right was using identity politics as a anti-black smear. It's always rooted in anti-blackness. Then they hopped onto DEI, right? They find different dog whistles. And when you see somebody that claims to be part of the left start using these dog whistles, when they start calling people cucks, when they start calling people, DEI hires, more rare, but now they're more comfortable depending on the time and distance that the right wing stops using that stuff. Right? When it becomes safe again to use. So eventually they'll start using DEI as well for those of us that oppose white supremacy and happen to be melanated. But for now, it's identity politics. And we see Dr. Zohran talk about this. Why does Bernie Sanders feel so comfortable talking shit about identity politics without really describing it, defining it? Because it's a dog whistle to his white base. We've seen them. We seen the Bernie Sanders fucking voter base. I remember that speech where this motherfucker almost let it slip out. Let's see. Here it is. Oh, I have to be careful with this because last time, I guess there was some music here. So we have these identity politics, fucking, what do you say, brain rot? Brain fuck people. We're just ruining it for the working class struggle of Bernie Sanders.
To join this rally. Progressive candidate for president.
Let me put it up here. Look at this. This guy that's about to speak and Bad Empanada have more in common than me and this guy ever will.
From speaking to thousands of people who came to hear him.
I came here to join this rally, watch what was going on, not to listen to somebody take over the stage.
Not to listen to identity politics people. We've seen it. We know what they're about. It's fucking adorable. This who thinks that just because he's not in the belly of the beast, he hasn't benefited from white supremacy, that he hasn't benefited from Western fucking imperialism, from Western hegemony. Nah, he's just innocent. He's innocent. What is this fucking Greek Nosferatu doing in Australia? How do you wind up there?
The right wingers, for example, they're all about like white Christian identity politics. They can't get enough of it. They don't understand anything except, oh, me white, me Christian, white good.
Yeah.
Christian good. Oh. The left-wing Americans, their version of identity politics is a bit different. Their version of identity politics is your opinion is only as valuable as the special identity categories that you have backing it. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. What matters is like, are you a POC or even a BIPOC?
Yep. We definitely, bro. We definitely use that around here. We definitely talk about BIPOCs all the time, bro. And again, please go check out Dr. Jared Ball's interview with Norm Finkelstein. I can't even, so grateful for Dr. Ball. It's on Unmixed What I Like. It should be, right? It's on Black Liberation Media. I'll burn that bridge when I get there. Yes. Please watch this if you want to understand where Bad Empanada comes from, because him and North Finkelstein actually share a lot of similarities. And because they don't actually engage with Black, brown, indigenous people, they use the narrative. They use the narrative of the rad libs identity politics, just co-optation of it. And so they use it as an insult. They use identity politics as an insult, not caring about the role that it plays in combating white supremacy and the erasure that we face here and abroad, really. Because it's not like white supremacy is only exclusive to the United States, although these people would want to make you think that they are. The whites abroad they go out of their way to be like, oh no, but America's really, really racist. While being racist as fuck to you when you go travel outside of the country. But go check out this interview because Dr. Bob really, with very simple and direct questions, allows North Finkelstein to expose himself as a fraud, as somebody who does not respect Black studies, as somebody who is simply the outside looking in and thinking that he could tell you how to solve all your problems and issues, but not willing to engage with actual Black radical scholars and academics. And you see Bad Empanada fucking doing the same fucking thing here in using identity politics as a dog whistle, as that kind of a dog whistle is just a hidden slur,
Do you have intersectional identities? Like they will just completely discount someone who is correct over someone who is wrong, but like prefaces their argument with a 5-page list of like their mental illnesses. And
so we already got dismissing of identity politics or weaponizing as a dog whistle. Now we have this whole thing about the ableism. They're all the fucking same, bro. They're all the fucking same. You know what's funny is I think physically, the Pedo Destiny and Bad Empanada have always reminded me of each other. They look, to me, fucking virtually identical. They're virtually identical. But you start seeing a little bit more how they all start flirting. All these white leftists, I don't care where you're fucking from, start flirting with, these right narratives and talking points. And if you call it out, oh, you're too sensitive. No, it's that we see you, motherfucker. That's why I talk about that weaponized bigotry, weaponized racism, weaponized transphobia. The prime example is Cal Kalinske.
Made up identity categories that at this point are getting kind of absurd because there's like this in
there it is, the Norm Finkelstein made up identity politics that at this point are getting kind of absurd. Norm Finkelstein is like the left's Jordan Peterson. But I'm gonna be his fucking cult has already called me all sorts of misogynist slurs because I call out his anti-blackness. Now that I'm calling out his fucking ableism, he's gonna say that they're gonna say all the same thing because they're all fucking tough. They're all fucking tough. Too fucking tough.
Incentive that they have created to just lie about yourself and make shit up because otherwise you'll never be heard. Often it doesn't matter.
So we're lying, bro. I'm gonna go back a little bit. We're lying. Bad Empanada claims that we're making up all this shit. Our identities are making fun of our mental illnesses. All to be heard. Oh, this motherfucker. The Greek Nosferatu, bro. God damn. He looks identical to fucking the Pedo Destiny. Identical. He just needs the curly hair to cover up the foreheads.
BIPOC. Do you have intersectional identities? Like they will just completely discount someone who is correct over someone who is wrong, but
never done that. Always give whoever it is props, even people I don't fuck with.
Like prefaces their argument with a 5-page list of like their mental illnesses and made up identity categories that at this point are getting kind of absurd because there's like this insane
made up identity categories. Made up identity categories that at this point are getting kind of absurd. Y'all see it, right? Y'all hear it. You're all here. It's gonna happen, bro. This is how the turf arc kind of starts to ramble up. Every fucking time you see it. Oh man, they're going too far with it. There's so many identities now. It's getting fucking ridiculous. It always starts that way. It always fucking starts that way. You gotta love it. You gotta love seeing it. You gotta love seeing it because it's so fucking predictable. And do you see why I don't offer any charity to these fucking white people? These white leftists specifically, because they know better. They know better. In fact, they might actually combat, transphobia, queerphobia. They might combat it. As long as it's somebody they don't like personally. Because Norm Finkelstein, Bad Empanada, all these fucking white leftists, Hassan Piker, they're all doing this for self-benefit. All this shit is petty. If you look at somebody like iDubbbz, his content cop of Ethan Klein, it wasn't about Ethan Klein being a Zionist. It was not about Ethan Klein being a Zionist. It's about Ethan Klein being a big meanie. That's what it was about. In fact, in the content cop about Ethan Klein, who's a rabid Zionist, we've known this. We've known this before Hassan Piker decided to go into business with him on Leftovers. iDubbbz uses the BDS logo movement to make a fucking dick joke. No wonder he's friends with Hassan Piker. No wonder. And what did Bad Empanada do when he finally was blessed with having a conversation? What'd he do? He showed his fucking belly. He showed his fucking belly like a coward, bro. He rolled over. He played nice. I'm telling you, Kyle wasn't the first dog that Hassan Piker trained. Kyle was not the first dog that Hassan Piker fucking put in its place. Este pinche perro, was the first one. This was the one. This is how Hassan Piker learned how to fucking abuse animals with Bad Empanada.
Incentive that they have created to just lie about yourself and make shit up, because otherwise you'll never be heard. Often
we lie about ourselves. You are lying about your identities just to be heard. Bro, what did I say? All it takes is a little bit of pressure from somebody who isn't white, and it all comes out. And it all comes out.
it doesn't matter how right you are, because the average American leftist doesn't know how to do anything except point to you and say white. Like, I've had discussions with American
This is how I point to you white people, bro.
leftists. Like a while ago, I like argued with this American leftist who had this really fucking bizarre idea that like penal transportation of Irish to the USA never happened. Because I was arguing that, like, you know, Irish people had been slavers in the USA, but many of them had started out being penal.
Bro saying I spoke to an American who denied history. So why would he take anything they say seriously?
Transported there into indentured servitude, and then when they got out, they bought slaves. When they got out of the sentence, they bought slaves. And I was using that as an example for, like, okay, just because someone was once oppressed, it doesn't mean they can't become an oppressor. And
what? Whoa. This is why I never watched his stuff, really. I don't think he's ever said anything that was not. Look, I'm not going to say that what he says isn't informative. But his angle on things, it's fucking boring. It's dry. It's fucking tired. I've heard it time and time before. He's great at researching. Never going to take that from him. He's white. I'm still not taking that from him. It's too fucking easy. It's too fucking good. Man. It's so funny because, you know, you hear the neo-Nazis being like, well, Irish were slaves too, right? It's like, yeah, it was a little different. It was a little, oh, and because of whiteness, they got to do what? And because of whiteness, they got to do what? Work for the freedom and then do what? You say to yourself, homie, than be slave owners. And we understand. Look, one of the main reasons I talk, so loudly against Chicanismo, Chicano nationalism, indigenismo, one of the reasons why I mock it is because I understand that we could be the fucking oppressors. Así merito. Así merito. The reason why I don't own, first of all, my family has always been poor. We're not that fucking cliche meme of peleando por los terrenos. We didn't have that. We weren't fighting for no fucking terrenos. There was nothing to fight over. Again, why do you think we ended up over here? Because no, nadie los roba porque no tenemos nada, right? Calle 13. But it's just kind of like a no shit, bro. It's pretty obvious to any fucking, radical leftist that happens to be melanated. We understand. We know that New Africans went back to Africa and colonized over there. And we know how that turned out. The reason why, despite being able to, I won't buy fucking land in Mexico, despite being able to, because I'm a Mexican fucking citizen, is because I don't live there. Why the fuck would I exploit it? The reason why I stopped watching fucking This Is Revolution, that YouTube channel. The reason why I stopped watching this, despite, me disagreeing with them, but them being, having some informative fucking content. The reason why I stopped, watching their content is because one of the main guys here, and I blank out on his name. What's his name? Jason Miles. Pascal Roberts, I disagree with some of his takes, but I think he's very fucking knowledgeable. The reason why I stopped watching them, unsubscribed for them, because I was subscribed to the Patreon for a little bit, is because Jason Miles went to live in Mexico in this white gated community. And he laughed about how he's the only black person there. And he's jogging and, it's kind of weird. And he's in Mexico, but in a white gated community. But he's the only black person there. Intersectionality, right? Right, bad Empanada. So it's I'm like, oh, fuck. That's what you're doing. You're part of the left and that's what you're doing. You're full of fucking shit. I can't support you. Because I have a fucking argument to be made. I still have family over there. I can have a fucking argument to be made. Hey, compré una casita, un terreno pequeño. I'm building a house, all that cliche fucking shit. And I'll go over there and I'll retire, lo que sea. But I know that's not right. I know that's wrong. I understand it, despite having family there. And I'm not talking distant family either.
And this guy was really angry at that for some reason. And his argument was, you're white. How can you talk about this when you're white? Yeah, you're right. That did happen, but you're white. You're not allowed to say that.
So, okay, I guess he won his imaginary argument that totally fucking happened.
This is the way that Americans argue. And it's bizarre to everyone else. And I have found American Prime, American Maximus, who made precisely this argument in regards to me. Now, this is someone who agrees with me, by the way, but he found some minute identity politics thing to laser focus on.
Minute. My minute thing is that all these fucking Wonder Bread Tube, Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, fucking Matt Leck, the Vanguard, Zach and Gavin, all these people, Crystal Ball, Matt Stoller, Ryan Grimm, aren't even bothering to make an excuse. Hassan Piker aren't even bothering to make an excuse for Grant Plattner's anti-blackness. They're just sweeping it under the rug, dismissing it offhand. His military service, his war crimes, his mercenary work, they excuse it. They rationalize that shit. But not about his anti-blackness. They dismiss it. Even Grant Plattner himself says, I was just being sincere. I was being sincerely racist. When I asked, why don't black people tip? He was being sincerely racist. That is what I'm getting at. It's it's interesting how all these white people are quite literally circling the wagon. And even those seeing it and calling it correctly, like Bad Empanada, conveniently don't feel comfortable enough to talk about the white supremacist angle in all this. And I've asked all these little cultists time and time again, please show me where the entirety of Wonder Bread Tube have circled the wagon. Somebody in the same situation as Grand Platinum that is brown or black. They wouldn't do it. That's my role here, is to fucking nitpick you motherfuckers because you get too comfortable. Se acomodan, se ponen muy a gusto, and you think you're on the fucking right side. That is my fucking frustration. That is my fucking frustration. I'm here. I'm the fucking pee in your bed, homie. I want to make you uncomfortable, princess. That's my fucking role. That is my job. And it's so fucking fun. It's so fucking fun here. It's not my job. I'm a fucking blue collar worker, baby boy. I'm a blue collar worker. Because this was like one of these fucking academics, right? Fucking. Oh, man. It's so fucking funny, bro. A privilege up to the fucking ass, and he's just angry he wasn't born in the belly of the beast. Homie, for those of us that aren't white, there's fucking sacrifices to be made to be born here.
And let his Americanness flow. He let it run. Now, you probably don't know what to expect here. You're probably expecting a conservative, but no. This is like a guy who has tied up their identity with apparently like thinking they're like basically the American reincarnation of Frantz Fanon. And he got really angry at me here.
You heard it here, folks. I am basically the reincarnated Frantz Fanon. Oh, man. I've never received such a great compliment before. I've never received the American Frantz Fanon. Ah, man, you gotta love it. It is it. I've made it. I've made it. It's done. It is wild to use that as an insult, though, right? Doesn't that say a lot to use Frantz Fanon as an insult?
And I loved it. I really appreciate it. I'm glad to have this opportunity. So here's his problem with my video where I talked about like how all of these left-wing commentators were lying about Graham Plattner to just totally whitewash him, and how it like exemplifies like this American supremacy that they have, where they think that if you're American, you should basically have like the opportunity, this God-given right to sign up and go and kill people who knows where, anywhere in the world basically, and like just live judgment and consequence free for it. And this is this guy's response to that. It's honestly, it's so American. I love it.
I'll be honest with you. It is genuinely fucking embarrassing because I'm not like, I don't live online the way that Empanada does. Like my livelihood is dependent on like I'm a blue collar worker. That's also an identity. Ooh, scary, right? And so I'm not online like that. So this makes me uncomfortable. The whole like responding to, reacting to like me like this. It's like I'm a fucking loser now. I'm a loser now. It's done. It's a wrap. I could have been a real fucking human being. I could have been a real person. I could have had self-respect and dignity. And I wound up here. And I will wholeheartedly blame FD Signify. No, I'm just kidding. I was living life great and comfortable and still being fucking a real human being in the wild. Grass always within reach. Always grass between my toes. I was there. I was out. I was outside. Sun, UV rays raining down on me. Getting that nice fucking even tan. And what happened to me? What happened to me? I went from having 2-hour streams and being exhausted and fed up to doing 4 to 6 hour streams. Who am I? Where did I go wrong? I'm an embarrassment, bro. Fuck. That's what really hurts. That's what really hurts me here. Man. I always thought I was better than this. But, you know, it goes to show. Petty takes you into the most strange places. Petty takes you to this bizarro world, this online spaces. God damn it. Blame it on my anti-whiteness. Allegedly. And what made me laugh is in this 35-minute and 33-second rant of his, and you know, we love ranting over here.
We do.
Not one time did Bad Empanada say the words white supremacy. He's obsessed with pushing this.
Now I'm gonna let him talk here because he actually like gives the reasoning himself, which is the only possible reasoning, obviously, which is correct.
Thank you. You know, it's funny because no matter how hard these people fucking try to paint me as disingenuous or taking clips out of context, it's the reason why I use long clips with the title included. It's the reason why we sit through the bullshit, because I don't have to lie or be disingenuous. So he is forced to acknowledge, and he thinks this is a win. He thinks this is an own. No, motherfucker. It's a credit to my broader understanding of the issue. No seas menso, way. I understand the angle you're coming from. I get it. And I'm not saying that it is inherently wrong. What I'm saying is that you're conveniently missing out the part where Grant Planner is not just an American supremacist. Because if that were the case, he would view Black Americans like his brothers and sisters, but he doesn't, because he's also a white supremacist. And guess what? White supremacy trumps all that shit. It trumps it. Because it's whiteness first, cabron. Go outside and you'll realize how quick. It doesn't matter whether they're fucking French, whether they're Canadian. It doesn't matter where the fuck they're from. When they get together, it's about whiteness first and foremost. And you conveniently miss that shit out because you have glaring holes. We've seen it, homie. We've seen the holes. You got them. They're quite fucking obvious. For us over here, and on the melanated side, where we stay in the sun, where we don't fucking hide, we see it. We see through the fucking hoods that y'all wear. Great job. You picked up the slogans. If you know the fucking right words to say, you always slip up when any pressure is applied.
He actually answers his own question immediately and then nonetheless goes on an identity politics rant about it.
Nonetheless. It's not nonetheless, bro. I'm trying to help you out, mijo. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you become a better person, but you won't have it. You can't, because your ego is too large for that. You've been online for too long. You think you're something that you're not, bro. Estás perdido, mijo. I'm trying to guide you. I'm trying to help you. Believe it or not, your ego will never allow it. You just can't happen. You can't have this fucking brown. Oh, dude, I gotta remember not to. Okay, I was about to. We'll see. American supremacy. Now, you can make the argument that American supremacy is white supremacy. You can. Maybe it's the more like liberal, modern version of white supremacy, where anybody can be an American and anyone could press the trigger, pull the trigger, press a button to drop a bomb, or, you know, personally one-on-one take out a person from another country that we're invading or what have you.
Okay, so he's already answered his own question. Yes, that is indeed the reason.
And that would apply, and you'd be completely correct without me arguing whatsoever and nitpicking, if Grant Plantner wasn't an anti-black racist. It's that simple. But Bad Empanada, just like the rest of Wonder Bread Tube, dismisses Grant Plantner's anti-blackness because they don't give a fuck. They do not care about anti-black racism. And the reason why I do, it's not because I'm trying over here to pretend to be an ally. It's because I see it in the brown community. It's because I see it in the brown community and I see how it affects us negatively. I'm saying, even if you want to be selfish about it, we should oppose anti-blackness. And so when I'm seeing all these fucking white people get the wagons around, I start asking why. And it's not just the American flag, baby. It's not just the American flag. It is whiteness. If he wasn't an outright fucking anti-black racist, maybe we'll have a conversation. Look at his fucking rallies. Look at Grant Plantner's fucking rallies. White as it makes Bad Empanada comfortable. That's how white it is. Grant Plantner's rallies are so fucking white, Bad Empanada wants to fucking move there.
The reason why I call these people American supremacists rather than white supremacists is because they have like this inclusive vision of who gets to go and mass murder people. Any American can do it. In fact, they actually they constantly weaponize the fact that non-white Americans can do that. Like, they will argue to your face, man, you can't judge people for joining the US military and going and fucking murdering and raping people. Some of them are black.
Never done that. Never done that. So he's fighting with this ghost of identity politics. He's fighting with this ghost of identity politics because he's not willing to fucking listen and hear. Because he sees a brown person being critical of him. And he's like, identity politics, man, identity politics, man. Bro, we know what you're saying, cabron. We're not, I can't say them right. I can't say the word right now. I got to warn you, so I have to behave. I have to behave. But we know what you mean by identity politics, man. Come on. You feel attacked? You feel assaulted by me? Bro. I treat you all with kid gloves. I treat you all with kid gloves because you're so fucking fragile. This is all it takes. Me saying, hey, you are all ignoring Grand Planner's anti-blackness. And so by calling it American supremacy, which can be categorized as white supremacy, but white supremacy trumps American. When America can fucking fall tomorrow, these fucking white people can cease being Americans. They could break into their own little fucking, Balkan states, and they will still hold up white supremacy. Understand that, bro. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. It's super fucking easy if you put your ego to the side and listen to what I was saying, but you can't. No puedes, güey. No puedes.
You don't know what they've been through. They're BIPOCs. They're LGBTQI+. They're neurodivergent. And
yes, bro, we call those compradors. We call those sellouts. Vendidos. This motherfucker thinks I'm one of the fucking white people that he argues with daily. No, mijito.
a minor. They will just throw out all of these excuses to you. And that's precisely why I say American supremacism, because it's not white supremacism. White supremacism is certainly a factor, but it's not the operational thing here.
And I'm saying, literally all I'm saying is, and this is what got him so fucking frazzled over here. All I'm saying is that all of you, yes, you Empanada, alongside, and I want to call him by his real name, but I don't know how he feels about it. But Bad Empanada is just, like, even his name is trying to steal from us, bro. Even his name is trying to steal from us. Because he got his name after Maduro got caught, like, sneaking a bite on an empanada. And the whole right-wing media tried to use it like, see, his people are starving. He's over here eating and shit. When he was like panic eating before fucking addressing the nation. I would have fucking, sat down y bien a gusto a comer. That's why I don't eat on stream. I'm like, bro, I want to enjoy my fucking meal. I'm not going to eat on stream.
This reminds me of how people get angry when I say Jewish supremacism in regards to Israel instead of white supremacism. Whiteness is not the deciding factor here.
And I said this time and time again, I hate bringing it up because it sounds like I'm defending these colonizers. Nope. African Jews are also colonizers. But it is Zionism weaponizes Judaism for the sake and protection of whiteness. We didn't call it Catholic supremacy. We didn't call it that. We didn't call it Christian supremacy. Right? So calling it Jewish supremacy is in my opinion fucking lazy, and I've talked about this. Because if it was really truly about Jewish supremacy, they would have been forcing black Jews to be sterilized. You wouldn't have to disgustingly and disgracefully name fucking Israeli Black Panthers. Was that what they're called? Let me see. Yeah. The Black Panthers were an Israeli protest movement established by second-generation Jewish immigrants from North Africa, the Arab world, and other parts of the Middle East. The movement was among the earliest in the state of Israel to advocate for the rights and interests of Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews. They wouldn't need this if it was about Jewish supremacy. Now, mind you, these are also colonizers. These are not our allies. It's fucking disgusting that they took the name Black Panthers. All those things are true. But this is evidence that it is a white supremacist settler colonial project, first and foremost, weaponizing the Jewish faith, the Jewish identity. Otherwise, this wouldn't exist. I'm telling you, Ben Empanada is more educated than I am. He is more intelligent than I am. He is more knowledgeable than I am. He is more informed than I am. Todo eso, way. I'll give it to you. But you have a glaring fucking blind spot here. It's pretty convenient, isn't it, though? This is a frustrating part. This is why I get frustrated. I've never viewed myself as uniquely intelligent or outside of this fucking George, thank you so much for the super chat. I've never viewed myself as uniquely intelligent. I never have, because I've been around really fucking intelligent people and I try to surround myself with really intelligent people. I learned that early on through martial arts. You got to be in the room that you're nervous to spar in. You got to be in a room where everybody's a fucking killer. You got to be in that room if you want to get better. It's corny, it's cheesy, it's probably a little fucking fashy. It probably definitely is. But that's just the mentality that I grew up with. I was very fortunate, like I said, to be put into martial arts at a young age, and it's huge. Talking about identity politics, it's a huge factor in my identity. I literally cannot function properly without martial arts. It's my fucking therapy. I need it. So I try to be in rooms and community with people that are more intelligent than I am, that make me aspire to learn more. And believe it or not, when, the few fucking times that I've actually, tapped into Ben Empanada's work, I'm like, oh, this shit's fucking informative. You can tell that he reads. So what's your fucking excuse here, cabron? What is it? This is why I've been opposing this whole fucking narrative of Jewish supremacy. Be fucking honest. If you want to be honest and direct, say white Jewish supremacy. Oh, but that's identity politics. Oh, but that's identity politics. Chingate, wey. This proves what he just said right now. Understand that. Understand that this disproves what he says about Jewish supremacy. This would not exist if it was simply about being Jewish. And I hate that it's gross that it makes me sound like I'm fucking defending them. I'm not.
Okay, it's certainly an element, but it's not the deciding factor. In Israel, the deciding factor as to whether you get to be a settler, whether you get to be given perverse benefits, is being Jewish, not being white. Being white.
Sorry, real quick, I got to read George's super chat. Thank you so much for sending in a super chat. Just before that, look, I'll be very direct, and this is going to be a long fucking standing thing because I'm here for the long run. Do not go to Ben Empanada's community unless you're already part of it. Like, do not comment on their stuff. Watch their stuff. I don't watch everybody's stuff. I don't care. I tell people. I used to tell people before the consent violation and the pedo stuff came out about Destiny. I'm like, hey, you should watch Destiny stuff if you want to know what liberals are fucking arguing, what position they're taking, and what bullshit are they saying. Just watch it. It won't hurt you to know what the other side is fucking saying. And like I've been saying, I think Ben Empanada's work is informative. I just think it lacks any fucking unique angle to it, but it's informative, and that in itself is valuable. So unless you're already part of this community, don't be commenting on my behalf. Don't be engaging with them. These people like Hassan Piker, Ben Empanada, have created a specific community, right, to worship them. They've created specific communities that are predominantly, like weirdos, bro. Like online, like heavy. And just, they're not worth it. They're not real people. That's what I'm trying to get at. So don't become them. All right. Let me be, your loser avatar being online too much. Don't do that. You're better than that. I have succumbed to this fucking quagmire. And I'm telling you, as I'm sinking deeper and deeper into it, don't do it. Don't do it. They're not worth it. And you're not going to change these fucking white people's minds. You're not. That's not why I do this. I do this to document their fucking positions. I do this to document when the fucking hood slips off a little bit. That's why I do it. Because I got tired of all them getting a pass after pass after pass. That's why I do it. But unless you're already in their community, don't engage with them. That's all I say. It's just not worth it. We're forced to live amongst these fucking white people. We're forced to live in their fucking societies. We're forced to play by their fucking rules. don't cage yourself further in their little fucking enclaves, in their fucking little worlds. Don't do it. No vale la pena. It's not worth it. George, thank you for the super chat. Sorry for lagging on that. I wonder if BE, Bad Empanada, would make these points when talking about the indigenous people of Guatemala being genocide on behalf of America white supremacy. But he doesn't talk about indigenous people anyways. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with his content. And I do think that he's very highly educated, very highly informed. And I think it adds and contributes to his narcissist inability to hear criticism in a genuine and honest way, which is fine. Like, I don't expect much from white people. I don't care where you're fucking from. You all seem to have a similar fucking ego, and it's exhausting.
It might help, but it's not the deciding factor. And this
Also, I had to rant and really fucking air this out because he's gonna try and DMCA me. He's gonna try and get me a strike because he's a petty motherfucker. He's a petty motherfucker. He has no integrity. He has no fucking character, right? So I have to rant. I have to keep this shit going so that when he tries to DMCA me, I can say, hey, look, I'm on screen and look at the time. He did a fucking 23-minute video on me. I've been talking about it for fucking too long to avoid him because he's done this in the past. He's a fucking hypocrite and he's a fucking coward. That's why he put this behind a paywall. He will try to get my channel DMCA'd and get a strike over this. That's who he is. Because white people always run to the fucking authority. White people always run to the authorities.
In this case, the deciding factor isn't being white, though it might help. It's being American. It doesn't matter if
It might help. It might help, bro. Okay.
you're black, brown, purple, green. If you're an American, these people support your right to go and murder Iraqis and Afghans consequence-free. So you've answered your own question there. I just expanded upon it a bit. The rest of this...
I love that. I love that. I've just expanded on it a little bit. Homie, like, his ego won't allow him to say that, like, that I knew where he was coming from. I understood what he was saying. All I'm saying is do not dismiss Grand Planner's anti-blackness. So it makes this beyond just being an American. So simple, bro.
Though, like he's
Oh yeah, you always hear that shit from white people. I don't care if you're black, brown, purple, yellow, orange. You always, isn't it it's exhausting, bro. The color blindness of it all, bro. My God, every fucking time.
start speculating about my identity for this like bizarre explanation of why I didn't mention white supremacy, and it's so funny. He's so American. I love him so much.
I don't know. Like I've been saying it for a minute, and I think that yeah, sometimes I'm like, man, am I a little too hard? Am I a little too demanding? Is my standard too high for these white people?
There you go. White.
Yeah.
White. Yeah. He's already made clear that he understands my reasoning completely, but he just can't help himself.
Well, homie, you can't understand mine though. You see, I'm honest and genuine and direct, and I self-reflect. And you admit that I understand where you're coming from. I understand your argument, but you refuse because of your fragile white ego to understand what I'm saying. You refuse to do that. And nothing you say, nothing your community does will ever absolve you of that. You've proven it there. You've said it yourself. I understand and articulated where you're coming from. You can't do the same to me. You can't. You chose to get your feelings hurt. Your little fifis. Your fucking skin can't handle UV rays. It ain't thick. It can't handle my fucking criticism.
He just can't help himself. He has to do it. He has to do it. He has to do it. He can't agree with a white person. It's not allowed. He cannot. He can't. He's American. He has to do the thing. White. He has to do it. He can't help himself. It's like an impulse that all Americans are born with. Eat burger, murder brown people, white.
To be honest, I did have a hamburger yesterday. I told you I was craving some fucking fish tacos. But I knew that I was gonna knock out after, because the fish tacos that I like are fucking stacked, homie. You know what I mean?
Okay, all left-wing Americans.
That even when, you know, they've been accurate and correct about Graham Plattner, when they've been accurate and correct about, you know, the white left, that if you're talking for 35 minutes and you're not mentioning white supremacy when all the people you're talking about are white.
You have to mention white supremacy like anytime you're talking about white people? God, that would be fucking absurd.
Did I say that? And they have to straw man this shit. They have to fucking, I hate using those terms. Those are fucking washed ass fucking terms. They have to make believe these arguments that I'm not making. I'm literally saying, hey, maybe we should talk about white supremacy when talking about a guy that has a fucking death skull tattoo, a Nazi tattoo. He has a fucking Nazi tattoo. And you're talking simply about American supremacy? He has a fucking Nazi tattoo. The Nazis were American? No, they were German. Okay, so maybe it's a little bit more than America. Maybe it's a little bit more than America because he has a German supremacist tattoo. Graham Plattner has a German supremacist tattoo, and he was an American soldier committing war crimes. I wonder what connection there is between German supremacy and American supremacy. I wonder what's the connective tissue there. I wonder what color that connective tissue is. What is it? This is why I love criticism. This is why I love criticism. Because I never stopped to double down and be like, oh, yeah, no. I've talked about that death skull being a fucking symbol of him bragging about his war crimes in Iraq. But nonetheless, Juan Sosa, Bad Empanada is a bigot. Just to let everyone know. That's identity politics. That's it. Bigotry is identity politics. We don't do that here. We denounce identity politics. You identity people. You identity politics people. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So, thank you for the super chat, y'all. Appreciate it. So keep this in mind. I've talked about the death skull tattoo, the Tomkopf, as him symbolizing his proud, and that's why he never got rid of it, of being proud of his war crimes. But nonetheless, he knew that it was a Nazi tattoo. So why would an American supremacist, why would an American supremacist who was in the U.S. military, who they all brag about winning World War II in their minds and getting themselves some Nazis, they all brag about that shit. Why would he be comfortable with a Nazi tattoo on his chest? What is the connective tissue there? What is the through line? White fucking supremacy. My neighbors hate me. My neighbors fucking hate me. White supremacy. It's not complicated, baby. It's not complicated, mijito. It's not complicated. I do not have the capacity to engage with complicated conversations. I don't. I'm not intelligent like that. I am pointing out very simple things. Why would an American supremacist have a German supremacist tattoo? Bad Empanada, why would an American supremacist have a German supremacist tattoo? What is connecting those two things? What is linking them together? We already know how he feels about black people. What is the connective tissue? Chat, what is it? What do you call that? The Klan would not allow Nazis, neo-Nazis in. They wouldn't, because their fathers or grandpappies and all that shit died in World War II fighting Nazis, right? They wouldn't do it. And then they started losing numbers. And so they united with neo-Nazis and said, fuck it. They united for what? For white supremacy. It's a simple fucking shit, man. And it's exhausting. It's exhausting that people more intelligent than I am, people more, well-read than I am, people more informed than I am, pretend this isn't the reality that we live in. And they get angry and upset. I'm over here fucking joking around. I'm not going to say I was baiting him, but it's not difficult to rage bait fucking white people, especially white leftists, because they're really sensitive about all this shit. They think they're on the right side. They think they're the good guys. It's fucking pathetic. And we know what you are. We've seen it time and time again. So I ask you, Ben Empanada, why would an American supremacist and Grant Plattner have a German supremacist tattoo when he's proud of being part of the American military? Why would he have the tattoo of the enemy? What could it be? Thank you so much, NYA, for the super chat. Al-Hale. Hope it goes by quick. It's white supremacy, dumbass.
Hey guys, like I'm responding to to a white person. Yo guys, so white supremacy exists. Just acknowledging that here for some reason. Token acknowledgement of that.
For some reason. For some reason. Do you see how they try to downplay this shit? When all the
Americans
people
are
you're talking about
exhausted.
are white, and you're pretending to care about brown and black people who, suffer the direct consequences of U.S., colonization, empire, or, American supremacy, if you want to call it that.
I mean, I don't care about anyone because of their race. I don't give a shit about if you're black, brown, white, whatever.
Oh, he's moved beyond race, everyone. He's above it. He's above it. Tell me you're a fucking class reductionist without telling me you're a class reductionist. Look, I'm getting tired of this shit. And we're already an hour and 25 minutes in. I hope that's enough for the YouTube fucking overlords to determine that I am not stealing his content, that his content includes me, and that Bad Empanada DMCA's, falls flat in its face. We'll find, oh, here he goes. Here he goes. There we go. Where is it? Talk about the rest of Latin America hating Argentina. It is not because of their anti-blackness. Let me get that clear. It is not because of their anti-blackness.
It's because of football.
It's because they are so uniquely racist amongst us. And trust me,
Amongst us, you're American. You're American. You're not part of us.
you're not part of us. You're American. You're not part of us. This guy hating identity politics. This fucking dude sees himself as Latino now, bro. I barely am comfortable seeing myself as Latino. We have a complex relationship with Latinidad, because Latinidad is essentially inherently fucking anti-black, anti-indigenous. And this was over here trying to say, you're not part of us, you're American. Homie, you're a Greek colonizer of Australia that went to Argentina. And he's trying to claim that I am not part of the collective of Latinidad. I am Mexican American. I am literally, legally Mexican American. How many times do I have to fucking say this? So he's got to change his fucking title if he wants to be honest. Be fucking honest. Be honest with your fucking audience. I am Mexican American, and I said it here, and he acknowledges it. And he still lied on the fucking title. Because that's all these fucking white leftists can do is lie when they hear accurate criticism, but they can't process that shit. So this fool thinks that he is more part of Latinidad than me, than I am, bro. This is comical. It is fucking pathetic. He is a culture vulture to the max. Like, he truly, in his mind's eye, he thinks he's fucking Latino, bro. There's something wrong with him. He needs fucking help. Like, I'm over here questioning Latinidad as a fucking concept, as a collective. And this was over here trying to be like, no, it's mine. Fucking Schmiegel over here, bro. Patrick Johnson, colorblindness in itself is a glowing neon sign of privilege, yet he fails to even understand the microaggressions. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. No, these type of white leftists don't think microaggressions are real. It doesn't matter how many times black people, brown people tell you that, like, hey, this shit's exhausting to deal with. This shit wears us down. It ages us. It impacts our health negatively. And there's scientific research to prove it. They don't give a fuck. They don't believe in it. You're a crybaby. You're privileged. Oh, intersectionality babies. Mexican background all the way through here. The competition is fucking stiff. So I say, I literally say it all the way through. Mexican all the way through. Whatever the fuck that means. But, you know, we understand each other. So let me go back just a little bit so you can see his reaction to when I say that. And it hits him. It hits him that his whole narrative, and I'm assuming he didn't watch this before or else he's a real fucking liar. It hits him that his whole narrative of me just being an American false, like flat on his face. Mexican background all the way through here. The competition. You see his little O. You see his face when I say Mexican background all the way through here. He goes, like he can't help it. Like he realizes, oh fuck. Oh shit, I gotta switch up the narrative. Oh fuck, this doesn't work. I hate talking about this shit, bro, but it's like, understand that my family was literally separated because of this fucking beast, because of the US. And even then, I will say I was lucky and I was privileged. Even in that situation, even the long-term effects. I remember showing up to a homie's wedding that I, you know, a family wedding of his that I've known since 2nd grade. And somebody that I've known since 1st grade was there. And everybody was already late. I had just gotten off work. And so I show up to the after party. And then they asked me, what happened to you? When did you become like so radical or whatever the fuck, right? This wasn't you. What happened? And I was like, I didn't care about answering their question to them because they were too drunk. It didn't matter. But it hit me because somebody that I've known since 1st grade was asking me this. And I'm like, well, what did lead me here? Because it's not just reading. I read plenty of other shit and it hasn't really changed me significantly. What was it? It's like because the things I was reading at the time were highlighting the truth of my lived experience. And that's when lived experience should matter, is when you're using it to help you understand the reality of the world, to help you understand, you know, these facts that are hidden from us. And I immediately, the first thing that I thought of was my family being forced to separate in order to gain, you know, a citizenship status. And I realized that a lot of that time, and compared to a lot of other people, it was short. It was short. I don't really remember. And I was like, oh shit, I blocked out a lot of that time. Because what I do remember is having the privilege and the benefit of being able to go visit during the summers and spend my entire summers there. Because that's the only way that we could be partially united as a family. Because motherfuckers still had to work. I remember that. I remember the summers, but I don't remember, you know, the time in between that. And I'm talking about my immediate family, bro. And I don't like talking about this shit. I don't, because it shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't. And so when, you know, I don't give a fuck where you're from. When white people like that try to you know, take this shit away from us, you can't allow them. You can't allow them to do that. This shit's for life, homie. This shit's for life. Yes, dude. I'm not all these other foods, bro. I'm fucking petty to the fucking dirt. But look at his face. I think it's 1860 when he realizes, oh shit. Oh shit. The narrative doesn't work. Oh fuck. Is my audience stupid enough to not pick this up? They are. America. Hating Argentina. It is not because of their anti-blackness. Let me get that clear. It is not because of their anti-blackness.
It's because of football.
It's because of, homie, I don't watch soccer. I don't watch soccer. I wouldn't fucking know the first thing. I am like the only fucking brown person I know that does not fuck with soccer. I wasn't kicking balls, homie. I was kicking fucking skulls. It's because they are so uniquely racist amongst us. And trust me.
Amongst us, you're American. You're American. You're not part of us.
You're not Mexican background all the way through here. Okay, fool. The competition is fucking stiff. Right there. Right there. Right there. Look, I'm gonna slow it down. I'm gonna slow it down. When he makes that realization. When he makes the realization that he just said that I am not part of them. He's part of Latinidad. I'm not somehow. First of all, I don't want to be part of Latinidad. I just am, unfortunately. I'm not trying to fucking steal that shit or grab that shit the way you are so desperate not to be a fucking white man. Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. 0.5. God damn, bro. One last time, then we're moving on from this.
You're American.
Here.
You're not part of us.
Mexican background all the way through here. The right there. Oh, right there. Oh, holy shit. Oh, he's like, oh, fuck. Competition is fucking stiff. Fucking pathetic. So fucking pathetic, bro. And we'll skip forward again because goddamn, this shit's exhausting. Does it even have it? Hold on. Where is he? He calls me a no Sabo over here. He says Mexico's not geopolitically important. Okay, bro. Don't give a fuck if it is. Talks more about soccer. I don't watch soccer way. No me vale verga, cabrón. Okay, here we go. Where is it? He calls me a no Sabo. Where? Oh, and then he's gracious enough to be like, maybe I'm telling the truth about being Mexican. Let's see here. He is here you go. This is part
all the time. He's way overstating this, but I mean, he's an American. He's overcompensating for the fact that being American has stripped him of the culture that he imagines is his by like creating this sort of narrative where he's a part of like a united Latin American culture. Apparently, all think.
Hold on. Let me slow it down. He's talking pretty fast. I sped it up. My bad. I put it at 1.25. Let's go back. So I have a make-believe culture. I have a made-up culture, but somehow it's his.
All the time. He's way overstating this, but I mean, he's an American. He's overcompensating for the fact that being American has stripped him of the culture that he imagines is his by like creating this sort of narrative where he's a part of like a united Latin American culture. Apparently, all think the exact same.
Never said that. Never said they all think the exact same. I'm saying we all agree. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. Got the warning. I can't. I think Argentinians are a protective class. And bro, like I'm talking to non-Mexicans, brown people who aren't Mexicans, and we share this sentiment. I've talked to people that are part of like the Caribbean and share this fucking sentiment about Argentinos. It's not about fucking soccer, bro. It's about how they treat us. It's about how they treat everyone else that happens to be brown. And to be clear, apparently this wasn't obvious enough. When we talk about Americans, the assumption is that we're talking about, Anglo-Americans, Euro-Americans, right? Because that is what it's understood. When I'm talking about Argentinians, I'm talking about fucking white Argentinians. I didn't realize I had to be explained the same way that we shorthand everything about Americans. Be honest with yourselves. When we say Americans, we're not thinking about black people. We're not thinking about brown people. We're thinking about white t-shirt, blue jeans, fucking white person. We're thinking fucking Hank Hill and Peggy Hill and preferably blonde. A little bit of Bobby in there.
All of them think that Argentina is like the most racist country in history and all kill its black population and all this other stuff.
We all understand that. The most racist country in human history, bro. All right, that's not what I said, but they have to exaggerate this shit. Where is it though? I tried looking for it. It didn't pop up. He talks about cringe, which yeah, I hate using it too though. With that, I agree. But sometimes some things are cringe. It's just the word cringe has been overused. But he calls me a no Sabo over here, which is fucking like hilarious. Does he do this? He has to do this after I reveal that I'm Mexican, right? Does anybody have the timestamp of when he says that I'm a no Sabo? Because it's just coming over here for the title of this stream. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. I barely watched this. Somebody posted it on Twitter. Thank you for that. But yeah, like I said, he's probably gonna DMCA me. We've been at this for an hour and 30 minutes. I literally put in an hour of my own content reacting to somebody criticizing my content, and he's still gonna DMCA me. Emblem Fate, thank you so much for the super chat. Neo-libs always shed on Pan-Africanism, claiming it's a stupid ideology. Not all Africans think the same. No surprise. Empanada seems like the type. Exactly. Like they dumb shit down in order to make you sound stupid. Oh, here it is. Here's where he questions my identity, bro. Repeatedly, he does this, but look at this. Fucking white people are shameless. I don't care where you're fucking from. Y'all share this for the week.
Okay, you're a Mexican and you think you're part of the team here. It's very interesting. I mean, you claim to be at least. I doubt you are, but I mean, I'll go with your own self-identification. You lack the cultural context for this. You know, Mexicans and Argentines...
They're so fucking shameless, bro. They think they have the right to own and gatekeep everything, including your fucking identity. Okay, I guess. The condescending, bro. There's some fucking lib-ass condescension. But white, I mean, this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm like, I don't give a fuck where you're from. You're white. Because this is the same tone and attitude that Sam Cedar took with me. This is the same fucking tone and attitude Sam Cedar took with me. I guess you're Mexican. I guess I'll believe you in your identity. Homie, like, puedo votar, cabrón. Like, what part do you not understand? First generation, it's not unique. It's not unique. It is like, I don't think it matters if I share this. Prior to 9/11, bro, I was able to go back and forth pretty comfortably and visit family. It's not complicated, man. It's not complicated. Man. So he really thinks that he has somehow the right to determine this shit. And he makes it about soccer, which, okay, bro. I don't watch soccer. I wouldn't fucking know. Believe it or not, I don't watch soccer. But yeah, he calls me a no Sabo somewhere here. I don't know where it's at. But I'm not trying to watch the entirety of this because he has the MCA people. He talks about being better at identity politics. Oh, and then here's where he mocks microaggressions.
That was so microaggressive. Oh my God, your microaggressions are off the charts right now.
All the dog whistlers are there. Too many identities now. Microaggressions, identity politics. How, bro, like the dog whistles over here, man. That's hilarious. He wants to tangle with me, apparently. So he's a better American than I am, and he's more of a Latino than I am. That's cool. But yeah, he talks about me being no Sabo at some point here. I thought that it was after he found out that I'm Mexican, or that I claim to be Mexican, that I'm stealing the Mexican identity. Does anybody know where that timestamp is? I think it's when when I say Argentina for the first time, and he doesn't like the way I say it, which is fine. Like, it's cool. I don't know how they say it. But the reason why that's funny is because, yeah, when I go back and forth between Spanish and English, it does take me a little bit to Jesus, man. Yeah, I don't know where it's at, but he calls me a no Sabo, which is fucking hilarious. Of course, brings up Adolf Hitler for whatever fucking reason. Jesus. Thank you, Ann Walker, for the super chat. Yeah, he calls me no Sabo somewhere here. I don't know where it's at, y'all. Chat, help me find it. Because I'm kind of over this. I've been over this. But it's a good reminder, though. It's a really good reminder that certain things that I don't really care to talk about anymore, I kind of need to make videos on. So I'm going to make a no Sabo video. Thank you so much, Bad Empanada, truly. Bad Empanada, thank you. Your call. Thank you all so much for reminding me that there's still white people out here that think. I mean, look, there's levels to it, right? Trying to be a culture vulture and steal Latinidad is a level to it. Trying to steal like an inside fucking smear of no sabos is another level of it. Calling people house slaves. Calling not, it's just so fucking stupid. Why the fuck would you call AB a house slave when he's there voluntarily? Can somebody explain to me why you would call an employee a house slave? So fucking stupid. But why people are like that? Yeah, I'm not finding it, and y'all ain't helping me out find the timestamp on this. So yeah, Stu will take my word for it. Maybe post it in here later. I don't edit stuff really, so I doubt that shit. Let's see. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Costs you nothing. Help support the channel. If you haven't already, hit subscribe. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, we have a good time. We make fun of fucking the white left that pretend to be on our side and then show the hood slip off a little bit. Jeez, it has to be after this. Wow. I tried. No, banned. I tried that and it won't show up. It'll just show up. It'll just show the title. I didn't make it up though. I just wanted to be evident about that. Yeah, it goes back to identity categories. If I do maybe Argentina. Uh, 926. Thank you so much. Let's see. Oh yeah, look, it's right here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go move to Argentina.
This guy is the most no Sabo tryhard I've ever seen with the like Spanish pronunciation when you're speaking English. It's not normal.
It's not normal, bro. It's not normal for me to go back and forth. I either usually speak Spanish or English. Or the Spanglish is just tonterías, usually cursing at each other. It's not normal. It's not normal. I've talked about this. I think it's ridiculous when people go back and forth. But he can't even say no Sabo right. Why? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who was this? Who gave me the timestamp? RM, thank you so much. I don't know why I kept missing it. Calls me a no Sabo. Fucking hilarious, bro. Bro, like I was born knowing Spanish. The US tried to, get that shit out of my system. And what makes it even better is that the only reason you know Spanish, why a Greek Australian knows Spanish, is because of all the privilege you've had. Because of Western imperialism allowing you to colonize Australia and then go benefit living a more financially secure life in Argentina. You didn't go there because, let's be honest, it's the finance, baby. It's the finance of it all. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go move to Argentina.
This guy is the most no Sabo tryhard I've ever seen with the like Spanish pronunciation when you're speaking English. It's not normal.
Yeah, cabrón. It's pathetic. The culture vultures always tell on themselves. Now look, ver empanada. Chinga tu madre, cabrón, first of all. Second of all, go ahead, try and DSCA me. It is what it is. We're an hour and 50 minutes in. Try and make a poor, pathetic fucking excuse that you used in the past about content and all this shit. You groveled in front of Hassan. You're the first pinche perro that he's abused. I'm sure you won't be the last. You're pathetic, bro. When it's time to fucking step up and talk your shit, you rolled over. You rolled over. The content you provide is really informative, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But you got some blind spots, and I tried helping you out, but your white ego doesn't allow it. Guess what? You're not American. Congratulations. You've still benefited from white supremacy and Western imperialism. Otherwise, how the fuck did you end up in Australia? How the fuck did you end up in Argentina, cabrón? And again, just please answer me this question, Brad Empanada. Just answer this one question. Why would an American supremacist proud of the U.S. military that defeated the Nazis in World War II, allegedly, or according to him? Why would an American supremacist get a tattoo representing German supremacy? What is the connective tissue there? What color is that tissue? It ain't that complicated. Let me get my passport affairs in order. Y dime, cabrón, ¿dónde y cuándo? I'm not one of these fucking white people. I'm not like that. I'm not haven't sunken into this fucking online space enough yet. And I'm glad because you're going to hold a special place in my heart right alongside Sam Cedar. Por vida, way. Por vida. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for sticking around for that. I had to make that as long as possible. I was aware that he likes the DMCA people, that he can't hang, bro. There's a reason why he paywalled this shit. There's a reason why he paywalled it. Because he can't fucking hang. None of them can. They're not used to us. They're not used to us. They don't talk to us. They don't hang out with us. They're not friendly with us, so they don't know how we fucking do shit. God damn. Appreciate y'all. I'm sure he'll say something that I'm like obsessed or triggered or whatever, or I'm anti-white racist. What? It's the same fucking shit. Why is my camera so low? All right. Give me one sec. I'm trying to pull up my... Oh, okay, yes. Before we get to that, before we technically tap out of this, let's do this. Because reading is important. Where are we at? I want to share this with y'all. This is from Drink Cultura. It's a very easy read, very like introductory read, and you're usually gonna get it in a lot of Chicano like 101 classes. I am so far like moved beyond this, but this shit with Bad Empanada no Sabo thing made me think of this. Well, we do a little bit of reading here, not just talking shit about white leftists. What still separates Chicanos from Mexicanos? The language barrier and resentment. And I don't agree with all this, but I think it's informative. While many Chicanos may be bilingual, many are limited in their Spanish, especially when discussing complex subjects. Guilty? A Chicano in Mexico can feel very out of place because he may look Indian, but talk like a gringo. Educated and professional Chicanos can appear mute and dumb in their mother country if they have not mastered Spanish. I have seen many Anglo-Americans have an easier time mastering Spanish. That's weird. I've seen many Anglo-Americans have an easier time master Spanish language. But with Chicanos, there seems to be a barrier, a phobia that is more psychological than people realize. There is a resentment for past treatment. We have scars and they appear when we talk our mother tongue. Again, there's a lot I disagree with here, but okay. I wouldn't call it a mother tongue. I would say our first language, but all right. At one question and answer period, we were corrected for our use of Mexico Americano instead of Mexicano Norteamericano. Cecilia quickly replied that it was exactly that type of correction in tribal criticism that kept us apart and prevented Chicanos from communicating, relating, and learning. The conference came to a poignant end on a Friday night when my book, Weedy People, was presented in a symposium in Culiacan. 3 Mexican writers who had become good friends on other trips spoke favorably of the book that also criticized the Spanish translation, but also criticized the Spanish translation by a combination of editors. After their comments, the microphone on the table was passed to me. I could not talk. My throat and my eyes were about to betray me. I sat there stone-faced, not uttering a word. Twice I began to speak, and twice my throat failed me. The third time, I swallowed the knot and spoke about my Mexican parents. Had they only lived to see my return to La Capital of the country they loved so much, but had to leave. I spoke of my mother's ancestors who go back to Jose Antonio Torres, El Alamo, one of the heroes of the Mexican War of Independence against Spain. Today, Cecilia and I are first-generation Mexican Americans, parents of second-generation Mexican Americans. Since the death of my parents, our ties with relatives in Mexico have slowly dissipated. But this too is part of the Chicano revolution, an independence from those feelings of shame, hate, and guilt that we may have experienced because of Mexico. I can still clearly and proudly see my ancestry go back to the Mexican War of Independence. But we are now from this side of the border, and part of a new era of awareness and independence. Mexico is closer to the Southwest now than when it was theirs. Mexico never left the Southwest. It just learned English. Again, I disagree with so much of this, and I haven't, read this in quite some time. Maybe it'll be something dope to break down, like Patreon or members only, whatever the fuck. I don't know. Because I'm so over this shit, and there's so many fucking red flags throughout this. But the feeling, this book does great in describing certain feelings of being Chicano, of being Mexican American. Mexicanos especially, bro. And that's what I know. We're fucking brutal, man. It doesn't matter how old you are. We will fucking mock you, roast you. We will talk shit on you and laugh about it and expect you to fucking just either fucking, shoot back or just take it. No llores. No llores. Se aguanta. That's what I always heard. Aguántate, cabrón. ¿Te quieres llevar? You want to fucking talk shit? You want to fucking, run your mouth like that? Well, when you get roasted, you better just fucking take it or shoot back. But you're not going to cry. You're not going to throw a tantrum. You're not going to fucking get your feelings hurt. It's just the way it is. But when it comes, yes, it's cultura chicanismo. When it comes to like speaking Spanish and this whole like no Sabo thing, it goes way back. It goes way back. And it is a little nerve-wracking and intimidating to be expected to know something, to master it, and not be there. I'm happy and proud of my Spanish because I've had to save it. And when I was younger, I was made to save it. It should be better. But guess what? I slept through Spanish 2 in school. I was not a good student. Spanish 1, I paid attention, whatever it is, what it is. It was easy enough. Spanish 2, I'm like, I know all this shit. Fuck los acentos. I don't need them. And I would knock out. I would literally knock out in class, wake up, do the test, boom. Guess what? Because I was knocked out, I didn't know the details of writing Spanish in Spanish. So I couldn't advance to Spanish 3, and I couldn't get the little fucking medal they give you for, mastering a language or lo que sea. And I was like, damn, bien pendejo. It was right there. It was made for me. And I slept through Spanish 2. I mean, I wasn't a good student. I'm telling you, I'm not smart. I just knew enough to get by, and that's all I care about. The pressure to get A's was, I made sure that wasn't an expectation of me early on, because I understood. I was a fucking little jaded ass child that understood it was bullshit. I was like, if I'm going to go to college, I'm going to go to community college. I don't need to have good grades in high school, middle school. I was still trying in elementary, but by like middle school, high school, all right, bro. C's get degrees. Yo, wow. All I want to add to this conversation is that Bad Empanada has people in his comment section saying that white people should be able to call black people Uncle Toms. I'll take your word for it. I'm not going through that shit, bro. Makes fucking sense though. I know I should have taken like French or Latin or some shit, but I purposely took Spanish because I was like, oh, you're a period to knockouts or joke around. That was my academic brain. Ronaldo, the book. It's not a book I would recommend, honestly. It's not a book I would recommend. It is if you're gonna be critical of Chicanismo. Yipper, this can also apply to Afro Latinos. I mean, Latinidad and the whole conversation of Spanish. And I've had, you know, I always try to be genuine and direct. I always try to be genuine and direct because I feel that true fucking people recognize that shit and we're able to have deeper, more complex, more uncomfortable conversations quicker if you're just honest. And there's a risk to it for sure of insulting somebody, of seeming disrespectful or callous. So, you know, mastering how delicate you are with your honesty is a skill that I've worked very hard at because I used to be very callous and blunt, and I used to be very much of like, deal with it. It's just arrogant fucking kid. And I've learned to know you could say things, true things, honest things, the right way for everyone. And you have to adjust it for each person. And it's always tricky with a stranger, but there's ways of going about it. And always be willing to apologize. Even if you don't think you did anything wrong, if you insulted somebody, if you disrespected somebody, you did. Whether or not that was your intent. And fucking apologize and own that shit. Admit that you fucked up and adjust the way that you speak to people, the way that you interact to that person. If they let you know that they're uncomfortable with how, you know, for whatever reason, how you spoke to them, how you made them feel, whatever it is. Own that fucking shit, man. No te cuesta nada. It's simple. It's about accountability. It's about becoming a better person and being a better person to be around with. And not everybody's gonna, you know, fuck with you the same way. So I've had the benefit of having conversations with Afro Latinos, and it gets fucking real quick because they see that I'm not here to bullshit them. And I've seen those conversations where it's like the pain of knowing Spanish, because what happens is they're in these spaces that are predominantly brown, and their Latinidad is not recognized or acknowledged whatsoever because they're just black. And they hear like señoras, like old ladies, people that look like their grandmothers, sus abuelitas, say the most racist fucking shit about them. And they have one or two options: either talk back and talk shit in Spanish, or just take it. And so when we talk about microaggressions, when we talk about anti-blackness in the Latin community, in the brown community, there's a lot of silent moments that Afro Latinos have to deal with. Because it gets exhausting. All the shit gets exhausting. Like, I know we're an hour or 2 hours into this, but to begin with, I was exhausted. I didn't want to do this fucking stream. Because I'm like, here we fucking go again. Why the fuck am I allowing a white person to determine whether or not I'm Mexican, whether or not I fall into Latinidad, whether or not my Spanish is good enough for him? Like, why am I doing this? And I'm like, well, it's not just for me. It's because we all have to learn from this shit. And so having heard these conversations where no, it gets worse. And I say this, like, as your melanin increases, it gets more difficult. If those señoras see me when I used to have my hair short, maybe they thought I was a fucking cholo gangbanger, maybe that. But now with the long hair, you know, I mainly get smiles. Like, I keep the glasses on and it's all good. But I talk to them in Spanish, you know, make small conversation, and, you know, we're solid. Offer them help if they need any. But that's because I'm brown at a good enough level for them. If I was darker, if I was black, and so like having to hear where it's like, no, I know Spanish. And while it surprises people and like it's cool, like whatever. I also have to know what people are saying about me. And they don't know that like I was raised speaking Spanish. They don't know that about me. And that's just fucking heartbreaking because it's like I'm not here just talking about combating anti-blackness like to try and fucking get a specific audience or anything like that. It's because I've had these conversations and I when you share something with me like that, I do take it with me. I do take it with me. And maybe that's not a good thing. I don't know. But I hold on to that shit and I value that vulnerability because it's so fucking difficult to be vulnerable in this fucking world. It's so fucking difficult because it could be weaponized against you like that. It could be dismissed like that. And I can't fucking do that. We have to be fucking kind and loving and sympathetic to each other. And we have to fucking listen. And I know that we're capable of it. I know we are. Let me take a quick fucking bathroom break and then we'll be back and we'll get into some of the Zohran Mamdani stuff. We'll do like 2 hours of that shit. Thank you all so much for listening to me fucking yap. Because you know that I can. Let's see. Is this on? Is this not on? Where are we at? Where are we at? Okay. Here's what we'll do. I'll throw on, not Dr. Horn, but if you missed it, please go check it out. I hope they don't mind. Dr. Ball, don't DMCA me. The way that Empanada is definitely going to do. But he's live right now. Where are we at? Where are we at? I think we talked. Was this not up there? Did he's like, nah, we're not going to have him. Let me find it. Damn, this one puts out a lot. Oh, did it get taken down because of that episode? Because we covered the Jubilee stuff? No, it's right here.
Ceremony.
Unfortunately, making somebody look like an idiot, you know,
Oh yeah.
making somebody stutter, which I'm sure I did a few times.
The audio's kind of
But
bad.
that's the aspect that I was trying to bring to the table where it's like I wanted to bring more of the emotional, the members of my.
All right, so we're gonna I'm gonna play Carlos's.
To try and disarm his ability to use.
That's better.
I'll
be right back, chat. Thank you so much.
He's 33 and probably now
Hit the
more
like, foos.
victims of a Zionist-led genocide. That was my role there, or at least that's what I saw my role to be, is to disarm him as much as possible so that he couldn't use those weapons, that he couldn't weaponize his dead family members against the rest of the people. Because too often people are respectful of just that alone at face value, not realizing that this guy's literally like pimping out the corpses of his family members because he's living well. And we get into the NGOs that he's involved in for quite some time now. So, but yeah.
So yeah, and my bad, I'm tripping. He was actually saying, so from 1948, he's saying to 67 Arabs had not done, Palestinians had not done, and I admit I'm just clearly not I'm too novice at these arguments because I'm thinking I don't remember ever hearing that line of argument from anyone, because what conditions would have allowed Palestinians to do that between 48 and 67? What the hell is he even talking about? He seems to suggest after Israel was officially declared or whatever, that Palestinians had somehow more authority and autonomy to develop a Palestinian liberated state and failed to do so. And then in 19 years, they're supposed to emerge this fantastical civilization. I mean, he is wild. That's wild. Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense to engage in it in that moment because you have limited time. In fact, I didn't know how much time I had. I think I might have had some of the most speaking time for the person for just going up once. Because I think everybody was a little bit like nervous to go up, and also kind of like, again, I don't know if it comes up in the video, but like the energy in the room immediately went up as soon as we started talking. I think as soon as I mentioned his family members, things got really uncomfortable immediately. So, because I don't think anybody was expecting me to go up there and like immediately like disarm him like that. And I let him know immediately, I know who you are. I know what you're about. I know, your talking points.
Well, as soon as you didn't shake hands, it was on. It was clear. But that's
True.
yeah.
True. Yeah.
Organization and to push for Palestinian statehood. Why was Jordan allowed to annex the West Bank and Egypt annex the Gaza Strip?
To be very clear, I'm against that, but that's a regional conflict, right? That's a regional. What I'm opposed to is Europeans thinking they could colonize Palestine.
Do you
That's
know that
a
half
primary
of Jewish
contradiction,
Israelis?
right?
Do you know
I'm
that
not
half
talking
of
about.
Jewish
No, I'm talking
Israelis
about the
are-
originators of the Zionist project. Can we agree that they were Europeans?
Not entirely, no.
The majority?
Not entirely.
There were majority
some-
secular
certainly-
Jews.
There were certainly some elements of
majority
the
was.
Zionist movement.
That is the homie Soli. Love him to death. Where was he? Somewhere right here. And so I forgot to mention this. My apologies to Soli. It has to be right here, no?
Mm-hmm.
And so get into
48 autonomy.
Palestinian statehood. Why was Jordan allowed to annex the West Bank and Egypt annex the Gaza Strip?
to be
where
very
my
clear,
family-
I'm against that, but that's a regional conflict, right? That's a regional. What I'm opposed to is Europeans thinking they could colonize Palestine.
Do you know
That's
that
a
half of
primary
Jewish
contradiction, right?
Israelis? Do you know
I'm
that
not
half
talking
of
about.
Jewish
No, I'm talking
Israelis
about the
are-
originators of the Zionist project. Can we agree that they were Europeans?
Not entirely, no.
The majority. That's solely weapons of mass creation coming at you from Orange County. Check them out. Great fucking music, great fucking MC, great fucking band, great people. Check them out. Weapons of mass creation. But the same way that I was brought in to do this, I immediately hit up Soli and be like, bro, like, you're down to fucking embarrass some fucking Zionist collaborators? And he was with it. But he steamrolled him. Should I pull it up just to give him credit? Because I felt like we didn't really. Let's see. I'll just play his part. We should find. Because my part makes me uncomfortable as fuck. She fucking killed it. Absolutely. Man. He was terrified of speaking to her again. Oh, that's the end. There's no way they edited it out solely because he steamrolls him. Or maybe that's why they did, if they did edit it. Here you go. Here he is. Fuck this fool. This fool gave this Comprador the out. This guy fucked that fool, bro. Everyone there was down to let homegirl like be the one that he got, like sitting right next to her. Everyone else was down to be like, nobody's going up but her. And that fucking Güero was like, well, I think that it'd be a good conversation amongst people from, since they're both from Gaza.
Hi, Josh. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Ooh, Josh.
Okay, so I think you use language very loosely. We said genocide, and we said colonization, and you said taking over. You say so many things to diminish the words and the language. You use your personal experience, which is horrible, and your terms is abhorrent. You should never have to deal with that. But to place the onus on Hamas is so despicable, because the reason that Hamas is there, you just said, was propped up by Israel. Why were they propped up? Because they wanted to take out the PLO. Why did they want to take out the PLO? Because they were actually going to create some dissonance with Israel. Another thing you have failed to mention is U.S. intervention on leading Israel, the veto power of the P5. When you said Palestine has not been legitimized, why is that? How many times has it been brought up to the supposed council, right? And been voted out by who? Who opposes it? 98% of the time it's the United States with the P5 veto power, because they want to have a party like the Saudis and the Israelis in order to take control of the Aswana region. And another thing you said,
bro. Solely is somebody that I admire so fucking much. And like, you see it here, those MC skills, just the way that he flows and just goes with that knowledge is off and on the mic. Or well, he's on the mic here too, but these are the type of conversations we're having in community college together. Just being mad fucking stupid and having a good time. But he's on it, always on it.
you wanted to utilize and place blame and shift blame to the Arab people during all these catastrophes. Yes, it's after the Millet system and after the government that were getting propped from World War II, people were just scrambling, trying to figure out how to live. And when you had European colonization shifting lines to create boundaries in order to say, this is now Palestine, this is now this is now that, of course, people are going to be groveling, trying to figure out how to do it. And you used Jordan. What did Israel do to Jordan and to
Exactly. Lynn Stacks, he only had 30 seconds to get it all out, and he did. He did. He fucking delivered. And I was like, bro, you steamrolled him. You like, it was like, stop, he's already. Again, I'm behaving. But this is like, if anyone was gonna have 30 seconds and use it to like every second, right man for the job.
Palestine in 3 days, mind you. 3 days, they bombed the crap out of them and took their land, took the Golan Heights, took this and that. This is not a one-time occurrence, and this is happening. It's going to continue happening, and armed resistance is necessary because Fanon said that the colonized can only liberate themselves through armed resistance. And you want to...
What is this? Who does this guy think he is? The American Fanon? Hey, buddy. White man said, that's me.
to delegitimize Hamas, but that makes no sense to me. We use the term terrorist. Terrorist now makes it so Hamas can't even plead for help, because if you're labeled a terrorist, you can't go to the UN, you can't go to this and that. And let me tell you one thing, this one thing I'll say is, one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter.
All right, so...
End it with a little sloganeering, a little cliche, but you know, limited time, you gotta fucking get it in there. And fucking... Look at this fool. Look at those dead eyes. Look at those dead eyes. You're like, what just happened to me? God damn, bro. Soli, brother. Love you to death, man. Love you to death. Look, I'm telling you, watching it is one thing. Being in there, you're like, whoa. Steamroll that motherfucker. That fucking Comprador. Thank you so much, Jabari, for the super chat. Thank you so much for exposing these smug, paternalistic white saviors like Bad Empanada. I'm learning a lot. Don't stop. You got them shook. They've been so used to dominating this fucking space. They've been so fucking used to dominating this space that they don't know how to deal with. They don't know how to deal with us. They don't. They play fucking nice with each other. Like they'll bark. They'll bark. Son perros, güeyes. They'll bark. Don't get me wrong. They'll do that. But that's about it. We saw, look. God damn, why the fuck is this happening? Hold on, give me 1 sec. Because I feel like I'm too short. Give me 1 sec, but it's not letting me move it. I gotta do it manually. Oh, yeah, a little bit more. Soy chaparro, pero cabrones. Not that much. Did it even do anything? Should I lower it just a little bit more? Hold on. Oh, that's weird. It's frozen. You know what? I did drop it. I did fuck up. I don't know how I dropped it, but I like looked around and it was on the floor. I was like, that's not right. Hopefully, no long-term effects. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Again, thank you, Jabari, for the super chat. Yeah, they're just used to being, you know, play fighting amongst each other. This isn't fucking playtime for me, bro. This is not playtime for me. I was dying, bro. Bro, that's solely though. That like everywhere we go, and I've been so fortunate to, and I need to have him back on, because when we talk about Afro Latinidad, having the fucking privilege of, and I won't spoil it because it's gonna be a dope conversation, but having the privilege of knowing him before and after, how he viewed himself started to change. Like, I just feel so lucky to just have his friendship to begin with, but to have been there in the before and after. And we'll have that specific conversation. He's a hard motherfucker to get a hold of because he stays busy, but I think it's such a valuable conversation to have. And I feel fortunate to have been, you know, his homie, his friend when he went through it. And then we talked about it because, you know, sometimes when you see your friends go through stuff, you got to give them their space. It was like, you know, and then you check in with them and like, hey, you know, so, you know, I've noticed some things change, like what's going on, you know, talk to me, what's happening with you. And then, you know, having that conversation and because even though you might see each other every day, you're not having those. So we'll have that conversation about it. So you guys aren't hearing, Chitty Macho, you guys aren't hearing the what they're saying, like what Hassan says and what because I do hear it. That's what I'm trying to figure out, whether or not y'all hear it. Have you never heard what he says? Wait, like right now, did y'all hear Anna Kasparian? Yes or no? Chat, let me know. Right now, did y'all hear Anna Kasparian? Come on, chat. Osama won his ways. No way. What the fuck? You might have to add another audio source. Damn. Okay, let me see. Real quick. That's hilarious. I think I fixed it, but who knows? Oh, now I should have fixed it. Damn, I apologize, y'all. Every time it pops up, I'm fucking dying by myself, apparently. So y'all never heard what she says in that moment? I think that one's for subscribers. So just somebody who hasn't subscribe, and it'll pop up. It should pop up, I think. That's so fucking funny. I'm over here fucking, it's muted, but that's better. I think it's funnier to me. Because you hear it in his head. You hear it in your head. It's like I'm conditioning you all even further. The programming is running deeper. 4D chess, baby. Albert, I mentioned this in the past. I thought maybe it was a left audio or a Twitch only. No, I'm just a fucking idiot. Sean Hunt, if you already haven't checked it out, you have to subscribe to Deculturation Live. Deculturation Live. That's where everything stays up in its entirety. 20 people are watching on Deculturation Live. I appreciate y'all. The main channel is Deculturation, but everything ends up here. And I need to start doing a better job. This was yesterday. Editing stuff. Not good. No bueno. Let me put it in the chat. If you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe to that channel. It'll help it grow. It'll encourage me to actually start editing stuff on there. I'm just overwhelmed. I am whelmed. But we're at 411, 411. We got that to 500. I'll start paying attention to that channel a little bit more. I won't lie. All right, let's get back to it. Actually, boom, boom. Yeah, chat is only over there. Chat. Let me actually. Well, I don't like. Should I be popping up that chat too? Let me know. Have I been fucking up? Let's see here. Oh, that's funny because Bad Empanada used the clip from here. So all his little cultists have been there, like just talking to themselves or what? They have. That's fucking hilarious. They were being ignored. Oh man. That's fucking hilarious. They all showed up there. That's so fucking hilarious. That's so fucking funny. They're all crying on there. Armando 5846. Forget where I read it, but they said Bad Empanada cosplays as Latino. Clearly, he's gatekeeping Latinidad over here. By all means, please, motherfucker. We're trying to outgrow it out over here. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, people aren't getting the fucking flag joke. I knew they would, and I don't want you to. I don't want you to. That's why I got it, bro. Like, it's so fucking funny. Because you have to not pay attention to what I'm saying almost on every stream to not get it. Oh my goodness. My bad. Trianical Rex. It's around the 9-minute mark. Zane, 9-minute mark. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I'm gonna start keeping this chat open too. My bad. Yeah, so again, 6025, it's gonna be over here at Deculturation, the main channel. I don't have enough subscribers on Deculturation Live to turn on super chat, so thank you so much for that. All the weirdos are in here. Yeah, bro. That's what Bad Empanada posted. So that's what they all ran to. So low key, like, thank you FD for telling me to start a second channel for the live streams because las cucarachas went that way. You know what I mean? But because I just love this shit. Let me drop the link to Deculturation Live stream over here. And then at guess 60 52 25. Damn, dyslexia. Main channel. That's fucking funny. So I apparently got to keep 3 fucking chats on because Dakadoon always keeping the Twitch chat alive. Appreciate you. Excess in transit. Thank you so much over there at the Twitch chat. All right, ¿dónde andamos? Sarah Jessica, that's hilarious. I mean, Sarah Jessica's asking, did you genuinely not understand his point? Bad Empanada literally said that I understood his point. He acknowledged that I knew what he was saying, which demonstrates that I was coming at it in good faith or whatever, like if that fucking matters in these spaces. He refused to understand mine. And all I ask, Bad Empanada, all I ask you and your cults, if you behave, you can kick it. But all I ask is to explain to me, because this proved me wrong. Just explain to me why an American supremacist would have a German supremacist tattoo. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Educate me, enlighten me, teach me. Your IQ is higher than me. Your cranium is the right size. All that shit. You are the fucking superior beings. Just explain it to me. Why would an American supremacist get a German supremacist tattoo? Why would somebody proud of their American military service get a symbol of their enemy? One would argue the enemy that they love to talk about the most. That's why I don't believe Grant Plattner did not know that it was a Tomkov. That's why Grant Plattner is not just an American supremacist. He is a white supremacist, first and foremost. Damn. Yeah, like I said, I don't care whether it's Hassan, Bad Empanada, the Majority Report, they're all the same to me. Yeah, if you're not already in their communities commenting, don't do it on my behalf. They're not worth your time. We're forced to live amongst these people and their societies. Don't put yourself through that online. All right. Oh, they all do it. Prodigy's lawyer, of course, he's going to intentionally misinterpret your point. Cognitive dissonance will always be their go-to when it comes to their inherent bigoted lace critiques. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, the other chat's fucking funny, man. Ronaldo. Hey, I never said you can't hop on the Deculturation live chat to stir shit up over there. That's for a game, you know what I mean? Sarah Jessica, just answer the question. Why would an American supremacist get a German supremacist tattoo? Why would a U.S. military proud veteran get a tattoo of the German military that was the enemy of the Americans? What could be the connecting tissue? What proves to be the main issue there? Oh yeah, it's always, bro. Like their dog whistles are so fucking like repetitive. Got colorblind. All right, where were we? Do we start from the top on this? We got like 2 hours left on the stream. If y'all want to fucking keep this train rolling. I mean, that's the best part. That Bad Empanada praised me. Not the way that he worships Hassan, but he praised me. And acknowledging that I knew exactly what he was saying. Because I'm smart, Michael. What about me, Michael? Where did we leave off, chat? It was towards the end. I know we read about the fucking zoo. And don't worry, I already have the links opened up on the other. Yeah, true. Not the liaison. I don't think we read that yet. Okay, I think we're above over here. Okay, we'll start here. I think this is a good place to pick up again. Honestly, y'all, thank you for putting up with me today. That start of the stream was a little bit more petty and more personal than I care to be. I care to be petty. I will occasionally be personal, but y'all know that I've been keeping a lot of things close to the vest, so I appreciate y'all hearing me out. I don't think that stuff should matter, but it's the reality that I've lived through. Again, Sarah Jessica, one of Bad Empanada's cultists. Very simple. Very simple. Why would an American supremacist Get a German supremacist tattoo. All right, let's get started, y'all. Super chats are turned on. I turned on the alert sound. I was the only one laughing along. My bad. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe, and you'll hear what Anna Kasparian was saying. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Let's get to it. Again, this article is by Wired. I'm going to lose my spot, but whatever. Zohran Mamdani just inherited the NYPD surveillance state by Ali Winston. All right.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Well, now I can't hear him, but y'all heard them? Let me just change this. Did y'all hear it? Because I didn't. I lost the joy. I'll figure it out later, but I appreciate y'all. Oh, now you heard it, huh? Now we're having fun, aren't we? Now we're all in this together, huh? Now I can't hear it, so fuck it. Won't drive me crazy. Thank you so much, Blue Eagles, for the true first, I guess, super chat with audio now. We are petty here, don't lie. LOL, we love this shit. That's what we're here for. That's awesome, man. Let me know if it's too loud. That's so fucking funny. I heard a voice. Yeah, it's Anna Kasparian's the one on for the if you subscribe. All right. Where are we at? It needs to be loud? All right, cool. That's so funny, man. All right. Yeah, I'll drop it down a bit. Petty proletariat unite. All right. We've been having a lot of fun. It's been, everybody, let's say thank you to Bad Empanada. They gave us a good time. Send them on their way. Gave them some change for the autobus, for the Uber, for the taxi. All right. No, I mean, I don't want it scaring fucking people. Fucking the rat-libness of it all is terrifying to begin with. All right. Jessica Tisch got her start at the NYPD in the Kelly-era Intelligence Bureau building dossier on Muslim extremism. In January, she gave the opening remarks at a training on combating anti-Semitism that labeled participants in Students for Justice in Palestine as campus extremists and claimed that SJP was responsible for a 300% increase in anti-Semitism at American colleges and universities. At the training, kafiyas, Jesus, can't read for shit, kafiyas and watermelons were branded as anti-Semitic symbols, and that incited hatred, violence, and discrimination against Jewish individuals or communities. I know we're a little bit after this, but let's just start this. Nope. Sarah Jessica Parker, I did not ask you if Grant Plattner was a white supremacist. I know he's a white supremacist. I'm asking what connects American supremacy and German supremacy? That's all I'm asking. I didn't ask you about Grant Plattner. I described an American supremacist. I asked why would an American supremacist get a German supremacist tattoo? Because you're almost halfway there. If you answered it correctly, you understand what my criticism was of the entire white left, a Wonder Bread tube, Bad Empanada included. I mean, he's the moldy part of Wonder Bread tube. Don't get me wrong, but he's still in there. The Greek Nosferatu. All right, the NYPD's violent repression of pro-Palestinian protests, documented extensively by the nation, will almost certainly be an issue for Mamdani. Senior NYPD officials have attended trainings and events held by far-right Zionist organizations, and the agency is still fighting court-ordered restrictions on protests policing imposed as part of a settlement for its behavior during the 2020 George Floyd demonstrations. Oh, that's fine. Another open question is the NYPD's ongoing use of New York City Police Foundation as a conduit for controversial surveillance technology and the underwriting of its overseas detectives program by foreign governments. The foundation still foots the $1,204,126 bill. Fucking A. Fucking A. For the NYPD's Intelligence Bureau's International Liaison program that posts detectives overseas to 11 countries, including Israel, Spain, France, Australia, and Singapore. That cost rose significantly from $942,266 $1 in 2023. Damn, bro. Fuck. Must be nice. I'm sure they're staying at moderate hotels. I'm sure housing is just minimal. Yeah. Spantana, thank you for elaborating. Thank you for elaborating. Yes. I wonder what it could be. In the past, corporations that did business with the NYPD also contributed money to the foundation, raising questions about quid pro quos and the use of police boosters, nonprofit as a way to circumvent public procurement procedures, particularly for surveillance equipment. The United Arab Emirates also paid $1 million to the NYC Police Foundation, according to 2012 tax records, which was the same amount that covered the entire overseas detectives program that year. Coincidence? I think not. According to the report by The Intercept, an NYPD detective has been, an NYPD detective has been posted in Abu Dhabi since 2009. Since 2009. Wow. Wow. That is wild. You know they're living good. All right, so I'm getting distracted. You know what? So black is myself getting distracted by chat, but I'll answer this. It's funny that it's getting to the point internationally where, despite the US for sure involvement, I mean, we know Trump just gave the rock and roll star over there in Argentina. What's his dumbass name? Something with an M. What's his name with an M? He has a goofy ass fucking English haircut. Milei. I can't even. Milei. Trump just gave him the fucking bag, and I know for a fact, we all know this. Bad Empanada, the way that he barks, that he's for sure organizing against the Malay government. So, like, we have to have some respect for Bad Empanada and his organizational work that he does. Left this organizing. Um, so, you know, we know that he is on Malay's like list. You know what I mean? Like he's on that watch list because Bad Empanada's a real one. He's not like us. He's a real one. He's out there fighting the Malay government between live streams and between, uploading, edited videos. And so we have to respect him because of that. We know it. We know it. The standards and expectations that he expects of those of us within the Belly of the Beast is just the same for himself in terms of liberating his country from that libertarian shitbag. All right. Or he's like, well, that's because of the US, so I'm not going to do anything. All right, let's get back to it. The police foundation also serves as a key nexus for the local businesses, the local business community's influence over the NYPD. Two members of Tesh's family sit on the NYCPF's board, according to the nonprofit latest tax filing, per reporting by veteran police scribe Leonard Levet. One of Tish's relatives convinced then Commissioner Ray Kelly to give her a position in the NYPD in the late 2000s, leading to her hiring. Kelly denied Levet's reporting in a 2015 interview with Bloomberg. Tish did not respond to Wired's request for comment. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal in late 2024, Tish said that a friend made the key connection with Kelly and steered her to the Intel division job. Wow. We all have friends. We all have friends in high places. The nepotism, baby, you gotta love it. From TYT to the NYPD. The police foundation is also involved in NYPD's rapid expansion of its drone unit under Mayor Eric Adams. In 2024, the foundation spent $230,750 to buy drones for the NYPD's Transit Command. At the time, the department's drone expansion was overseen by Katz Daughtry, a controversial police official and Adams' ally who faces accusations of heavy drone surveillance by pro-Palestinian activists and residents of Brooklyn neighborhoods subjected to the blank drone patrol during Labor Day cookouts in 2023. Wow. From the New York Post. All right. Mel Gibson after 4 beers. Look, I've heard that stuff, and my thing is, I'm going to assume that it's just Zionist smearing because I just can't. There's no way that Noah Sanson and Hassan Piker associate with him if that's true. No way. No fucking way. He looks like it. Let's not get. He looks like it. Like if I had to draw one, it'd be pretty close to that. I mean, okay. I haven't seen it. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to verify it. I want to believe. Just kidding. Scully over here. All right. I mean, I hope it's not true because that's fucking disgusting. And in all seriousness, like, nah, bro. Like, yeah. he is, I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's really leading an underground movement against melee. Melee. The NYPD used its drones 13 times to make 239 arrests during the demonstration that erupted last week over the Hamas-Israel war. And could bust more people caught breaking the law on video. Quote, "We got the whole thing on video," Assistant Commissioner Cass Daughtry said, of the pro-Palestinian protests in Ray Bridge, Brooklyn, who clashed with cops, throwing bottles, fireworks, and eggs at them. That's disgusting. I would never do such a thing. On October 21st, we'll be turning that evidence over to the Brooklyn DA's office to help enhance arrests. Police said there have been about 110 protesters as of Thursday, encompassing roughly 7,000 protesters. Police said they reviewed all the drone videos for any acts of violence. They also looked at police officers' bodies, cameras, and cell phone videos posted on social media. Never post anybody doing anything crazy, y'all. Right now, there's no other acts of violence or assaults that we're looking at. Chief of Patrol John Chell said most of these arrests were just civil disobedience. But they just want you in the books. They want you on the files. Police also have cell phones footage posted on social media for two young men climbing on top of MTA bus and waving a Palestinian flag. The horror. We're working with MTA to see if there was any type of criminal mischief to the actual bus, Daughtry said. If there is, we will effectively go after those individuals. Yeah, bro. Can't have that. Although Mamdani's mayoral campaign was defined by his relentless emphasis on affordability, the looming battles with the Trump administration over immigration enforcement and the breakneck build-out of NYPD's already formidable surveillance arsenal under Adams means he will be forced to reckon with the police department's spying programs. Mass surveillance endangers all values at the heart of our democracy. And I do hope that our next mayor is willing to be a spokesperson for this cause, says Stop Fox Can. You can't be a sanctuary city and a surveillance state. Ooh, I like that one. I like that one. You can't be a sanctuary city and a surveillance state. You can't promise to protect undocumented neighborhoods and provide a data pipeline to ICE. Yep. Is this the, because I was going to cover this, let me, Intercept article here? Wired, okay. Let's read this, let's do it. Yeah, you're right. To John Trudell. That is kind of one of the big, all the angles that we were seeing from drones and at Standing Rock. I don't know what to tell you, homie. If you don't understand my problem with bad empanada, it's been like I had to spend 2 hours or an hour and something, like an hour and 40 talking about it because he DC. Oh, Jesus, my dyslexia. Oh, geez. DMCA's people. So I was very thorough, and I'm grateful for that. Because I was like, nah, this was going to try getting me a strike or some shit. I don't know how it works. I'm not online savvy like that. I don't, like I said, I was just a normal guy. I was a regular man before all this. And now look at me. A fucking dweeb. Why are you drinking Steel Reserve? Look, I'm thinking about going sober. Just because I'm getting older and shit, but yeah, I don't think I could drink on stream. I would be fucking, the slurs would come out. No, I'd be cursing like a motherfucker. All right, also from Wired, immigration police can already sidestep U.S. sanctuary city laws using data sharing fusion centers. A lot of this fucking red tape is just for show. What do you mean he pulled a fresh and fit? That's I don't get that reference there. The thing is, I'm not a big drinker, so if like to say that I'm gonna go sober doesn't really mean much. It just means that like I'm not gonna sneak in a beverage to the movie theater. It just means that like when I'm watching some MMA fights or some Muay Thai fights, that I'm not gonna be able to have like a beer or like a seltzer or some shit like that. Like it, I'm not a big drinker, so it sounds stupid to say like I'm gonna go sober because I don't get drunk. I maybe a buzz if I'm drinking like an IPA. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Like it's not like I really drink like that to begin with, so it doesn't really matter much. There's this bar next to our union hall, and they have this IPA. And again, I'm not big on beer, but fuck, bro, it tastes so good. Because I'm lame. I asked for a Blue Moon, right? And then like, oh, we don't have that. I'm like, oh, do you have anything like citrusy? Like, yeah, we have this IPA. I forget what it's called, something with the W. And I had it, and I was like, bro, like I think beer is gross, bro. I think alcohol liquor is nasty. But that shit was pretty good for being alcohol. It was pretty good for being a beer. Oh no, I know who Fresh and Fit was. B11. I just didn't know what you meant by that reference. Yeah, he's a weirdo. Double Bravo 7619. Dequotration live chat over there. IPA drinker unsubbed. Here's why I'm an IPA drinker. And I said, I don't fucking Blue Moon isn't an IPA. Shock Top's all right. Mango Cart's only good if you're getting it from the tab. I don't like it bottled or canned. And it has to have the tahini rim because I'm a. Oh, well, apparently I'm not. I'm not any of those things. I'm American because I'm American. It has to have tahini. Uh, yo, I used to have the younger generations in my family would drink water con tajin when they were young, when they were kids. They would grab water and put tajin in that shit and just drink it like that. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? It tastes good. And even then, I would be like, that's the most shit I've ever seen, bro. I love it. Love this household. Something like growing up in a multi-family like household to really make you appreciate having your own space, but also have great fucking memories. All right, where we at? Yeah, water with tahini is crazy. They were fucking. I mean, yeah. Spantama, typical American kid behavior. Yeah, imagine giving a gringo water with tahini when they're young. They're done. It's a wrap, bro. Oh, yeah. Some people don't know what tahini is. That's funny. The best lead product ever. It's this right here. Oh, fuck, my mouth just watered. Bro, what? God damn. Now, I'll be honest. I don't really get pepino. In la ensalada de fruta, I don't get pepino. I don't get, okay, unless it's like really hot during summer, I'll get basically everything except melon. I can't do melon. I can't do it. Either melon or honeydew, the orange and the green one. I can't do it in my fruit salad. I don't know, it throws me off. I like them by themselves, but I can't do it on their collectively. But I normally do not get oranges or cucumbers. What else don't I ask for? I don't ask for. I think that's it. I mainly get sandia, mango, piña, and I fucking love jicama. I fucking love jicama. If you haven't had jicama, I don't even know how to spell it. I'm assuming with the J. And this one, I'm telling you, I fell asleep to fucking class. No, it's not that way. Fruit? No, it's a root technically. It's not a fruit. Oh, it's with an I. That's funny. If you haven't had jicama, okay, it doesn't really taste like much, but it's really refreshing, and it'll just absorb whatever else you put on it. So fucking good. David Barnes, what the fuck? That's hilarious. I manifesto. They put that on mango and sell it. Yes, they do. Oh yes, no. Okay. Tajin with the cucumber. Well, okay, the cucumber Gatorade is just a great mixer to begin with. Because I'm not big on drinking beer, but I do fuck with vodka and sometimes tequila. Tequila for me is the way people think of vodka, or the way they describe vodka. That's how tequila is for me. I'm like the reverse because I'm American. All right. But yeah, if you haven't had it, jicama is fucking amazing. Very simple. Man, so good. All right. How the fuck did we get here? That's what I was forgetting. Colombiano, that's the one I'm forgetting. So I will get coconut of si está blandito. You know, if it's soft, it's on the because I never really cared for coconut growing up. I thought it was too chewy. I thought it was like too like fucking you put it in work. And when I was in Guadalajara, we went around and visited the small town, and because they had like the little museum in there. It was like a big like man-made lake or whatever. I forget where it was. It was a while ago, and they were selling fresh fucking coconuts, and it was hot as fuck. And I'm like, yeah, fuck it, I don't. Because before that, every once in a while, like almost every summer, I would try coconut water, and I would always be like, it's gross, I don't like it. And then after that trip, it was so hot, and I had a fresh coconut and fresh coconut water, and like when a coconut's fresh, that thing's like fucking jelly. Like it just. And it was so fucking good. I asked for a second one, and everybody was surprised because everyone knew I did not like coconut water. And they kept that shit in ice, so it was like super refreshing. And like ever since then, I fuck with coconut water. But I don't care for coconuts if they're too dried out. But yeah, the reason why I don't really fuck with the cucumber Gatorade is because it's too sweet. It's too sweet, and it makes me thirsty. I only really if I drink Gatorade, it's usually after like some crazy training session, and I get the blue one, the light blue one, not the cool blast. I had to get the cool blast last time. It's too sweet. I like the light blue one. All right, y'all. I love this, bro. Talking about tahini and collard greens, all in the same chat. I love being American. All right. Where are we? Immigration police can already sidestep U.S. sanctuary city laws using data sharing fusion centers. Built to combat terrorism, fusion centers give U.S. immigration and custom enforcement a way to gain access to data that's meant to be protected under city laws, limiting local police cooperation with ICE. What? Why are you doing this to me, Wired? Need one sec. Wait, did y'all see this before I get into this? Let me see if this wasn't just a lie. Oh, here it is. 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 From 4 days ago. Let me see. don't know if y'all seen this. Internet Archive's legal fights are over, but its founder mourns what we lost. What was lost? We survived, but it wiped out the library, Internet Archive founder says. This was from 4 days ago. Last month, the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine archived its trillionth webpage, and the nonprofit invited its more than 1,200 library partners and 800,000 daily users to join the celebration of the moment to honor 3 decades of safeguarding the world's online heritage. The city of San Francisco declared October 22nd to be Internet Archive Day, or Archive. The archive was also recently designated a federal depository library by Senator Alex Padilla, who proclaimed the organization a perfect fit to expand access to federal government publications amid an increasingly digital landscape. The Internet Archive might sound like a thriving organization, but it only recently emerged from years of bruising copyright battles that threatened to bankrupt the beloved library project. In the end, the fight led to more than 500,000 books being removed from the archive's open library. Quote, we survived, the Internet Archive founder, Brewster Kahle, told ARS, but it wiped out the library. An Internet Archive spokesperson confirmed that that the archive currently faces no major lawsuit and no active threat to its collection. Kahle thinks the world became stupider when Open Library was gutted, but he's moving forward with new ideas. Bummer there. What the Internet Archives lost. To Kahle, the suits have been an immense setback to Internet Archive's mission. Publishers had argued that Open Library's lending harmed the ebook market. But Internet Archive says its vision for the project was not to frustrate ebook sales, which it denied its library does, but to make it easier for researchers to reference ebooks by allowing Wikipedia to link to book scans. Wikipedia has long been one of the most visited websites in the world, and the archive wanted to deepen its authority as a research tool, which makes fucking sense. One of the real purposes of libraries is not just access to information by borrowing a book that you might buy in a bookstore. In fact, that's actually a minority. Usually, you're comparing and contrasting things. You're quoting, you're checking, you're standing on the shoulders of giants. That's fucking so accurate and beautiful. Yeah, it's true. I was never going to buy any of the fucking books I checked out in the library as an adult. As a kid, maybe I would have been like, oh, this would be a cool book to own. And I would have forgotten about it. But as an adult, like, if you're like, come on. You have like fucking 5 books in front of you and doing a fucking research paper. You're never touching those fucking books again. All right. Kahle said the lawsuit against Internet Archives showed that massive multi-billion-dollar media conglomerates have their own interest in controlling the flow of information. That's what they really succeeded at, to make sure that Wikipedia readers don't get access to books 100%. Okay, ballsy guy. Yeah, on Deculturation Live chat, Base Proletariat, a bunch of music albums too. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. It's literally like a fucking library. Like, it really is. Every time like I see something on there, I'm like, holy shit, like, why am I not using this more? Like, it's so fucking convenient. I mainly have used it for like pamphlets, like kind of like lefty shit, Black Panther pamphlets, things like that. But yeah, man. But it's just like your local library. Like, be honest, we all underutilize our local library. Which is wild because the more you use it, the more funding it gets, from my understanding. But we are spoiled. At the heart of the Open Library lawsuit was publishers' market for ebook licenses, which libraries complain provide only temporary access for a limited number of patrons and cost substantially more than the acquisition of physical books. Some states are crafting laws to restrict ebook licensing with the aim of preserving library functions. Nice. All right. I don't know why I thought of that. I do not know why I thought of that. I don't know why I do the things I do sometimes, but here we are. All right, y'all. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Help the channel out. Subscribe if you haven't. The alerts audio is now turned on. I appreciate y'all. Super chats and super stickers are turned on if you want to help support the channel that way. But please do yourself a favor. Don't be scared, homies. Get busy in the chat. Get busy in the chat. Oh, y'all killing it with the likes. I appreciate that. Just check that out right now. I truly appreciate that. Thank you so much. I was ready for a little bit more backlash from the white cult that Bad Empanada runs, but here we are. Here we are. Let's get to it. Appreciate y'all. I just thought, so every time I was shut up for the alert, you guys just thought I like froze or like just got quiet for no reason. I didn't speak because I didn't want to like speak over it or some shit. On the campaign trail and in recent days, Donald Trump has detailed extensive plans for immigration crackdowns and mass deportations during his second term as United States president. These initiatives would, he has said, include aggressive operations in areas known as sanctuary cities that have laws specifically curtailing local law enforcement collaboration with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Again, all this shit is just for show. All the red tape is just for show. Chill out, bro. When was this published? November 19, 2024. Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, so we'll kind of speed run this because it's a little bit outdated, but I think the context of this is still significant, still important and relevant. But the more on the trail shit, we're gonna skip. With these promises looming, a new report from researchers at the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project, STOP, a pro-privacy nonprofit, details the way that federal local data sharing centers, known as fusion centers, already result in cooperation between federal immigration authorities and sanctuary city law enforcement. Run by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, of which ICE is a part of, fusion centers emerged in the wake of September 11, 2001, attacks as a counterterrorism initiative for integrating intelligence between federal, state, and local law enforcement. Fusion centers spent $400 million in 2021, according to public records. And, as STOP researchers point out, in more than 2 decades, the centers have never proven their worth for their stated purpose of addressing terrorism in the U.S. Fucking failing upwards. We can't afford to have fucking free public school lunches. Just can't do it. We can't manage it. We can't manage to having appropriately sized public school classrooms. We just can't. It's not in the budget. Stop expecting fucking handouts. For example, that fusion center, unnamed DHS officials told a Senate panel in 2012, for example, that fusion centers produce predominantly useless information and a bunch of crap. No shit. You're fishing with the fucking, not with the fishing pole, with the giant ass fucking blanket net, with the fishing net. In addition to aggressive investigation tactics like pulling data from schools and abortion clinics, ICE agents have leaned on fusion centers for years to get everything from photos of suspects to license plates, location data, and more, often in a pipeline that includes input from law enforcement working in sanctuary cities. Well, this is an area where it's highly profitable for localities to cooperate with ICE, and because it's not highly visible, it oftentimes faces less pushback. This sort of information sharing capacity on this scale across all these agencies, tapping into everything from local utility records and DMV records to school records, has the potential to be deployed in any number of chilling scenarios. That is fucking wild. I think everything else is expected, but school records, bro. School records? Come on. Damn. That's. The school to fucking prison pipeline is there, but god damn. ICE did not immediately return a request from Wired for comment. Fox Can adds that the concept of sanctuary cities wasn't always viewed by regional cops as an inconvenience to work around. It fucking shouldn't. It fucking shouldn't. Undocumented people. So I hate that phrase, but commit less crime. So it shouldn't fucking be. You people are funny, bro. I'm trying not to get distracted by the chat. Appreciate y'all getting active in there. Until recently, a lot of law enforcement agencies were very vocal in supporting sanctuary city protections because they feared that ICE collaboration would actually hurt public safety if immigrants were not willing to come forward when they were victims of a crime or witness to a crime. No fucking shit. But police have become much more politically engaged on immigration in recent years. They benefit from that shit. They think they're gonna get more goodies and treats and all that shit. That they're gonna benefit from the xenophobia. And they will, of course. Fusion centers give ICE officers a forum through which to request data from local law enforcement databases in sanctuary cities and take advantage of regional surveillance tools, including publicly deployed face recognition systems that can't be directly used to aid deportation efforts under sanctuary laws. Fuck. Who's gonna stop them though, right? Stop argues that when cops from sanctuary cities share data with ICE through fusion centers, it believes they may be violating local laws. But the activity is less obviously a violation than if the sharing happened through a direct channel. That's how they fucking operate though. They're like, hands off. We didn't do it. It's just there. It's there for the pickings. In addition to undermining the entire purpose and premise of sanctuary cities, stop researchers point out such erosion of guardrails around data sharing broadly could easily become a national security issue if a foreign actor were to infiltrate a fusion center. And domestically, the freewheeling environment within fusion centers means that law enforcement could easily turn the spotlight onto additional types of investigations without warning. Oh, they've been doing that shit since day one. They've been doing that shit since day one. What we've seen over and over again is that the policing infrastructure we've built up in the name of combating one evil then gets repurposed for another. Always does, bro. Always fucking does. People who maybe don't care as much about immigration need to recognize that if this infrastructure can be retargeted at undocumented communities the way it has been today, it can be repurposed for any number of policing priorities in the future. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you don't care, even if you're not sympathetic, even if you lost your humanity for your own selfishness, you should be opposing this. The moment you grant the state this type of power, this type of omnipresence, you're right there. You're right there. And you won't even fucking know it when they start looking at you. It'll be too late by then. Arguably might already be. Fusion centers will almost certainly play a role in the Trump administration's immigration agenda, but the STOP research is a reminder that these information sharing hubs may well be at the center of another far-flung law enforcement initiative as well. I mean, this is, at this point almost a year old. Oh, a year old. But still, I mean, it's pretty fucking relevant. There is one where that's kind of related to this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It might be The Intercept, but maybe that's what I was thinking about. ICE wants. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was The Intercept, or was it? Is it still Wired? No, it's still Wired. That's funny. I think it's just the black and white thing trips me up. We're playing nice in the chat, y'all. We're being courteous to our guests. It's funny that they don't listen. I'm seeing exactly, like, I'm reading through it and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, you just either purposely or maliciously not pretending not to understand while reiterating what I've been saying. That's so funny. It's hilarious. To be honest, like, bro, like, I spent way too long on it because I want to make sure that when he does DMCA it, I'll be like, bro, gotta spoon feed them sometimes. I lost patience for that a while ago. This is from October 3rd. It might talk about the fusion centers as well. We'll see. ICE wants to build out a 24/7 social media surveillance team. Documents show that ICE plans to hire dozens of contractors to scan X, Facebook, TikTok, and other platforms to target people for deportation. And this is by Del Cameron. Camarón. Yo soy camarón. Camarón. Yo soy el camarón. Oh man, it's so funny, bro. It's just, güey, trabajé debajo de la mesa in high school doing fucking bodas, quinceañeras. Fucking American. Love it, love it, love it. All right. Where are we at? United States immigration authorities are moving to dramatically expand their social media surveillance, with plans to hire nearly 30 contractors to sift through posts, photos, and messages, raw material to be transformed into intelligence for deportation raids and arrests. Federal contracting records reviewed by Wired show that the agency is seeking private vendors to run a multi-year surveillance program out of two of its little-known targeting centers. The program envisions stationing nearly 30 private analysts at immigration and custom enforcement facilities in Vermont, Bernie, and Southern California. Ah, shit. Their job, scour Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and other platforms, converting posts and profiles into fresh leads for enforcement raids. What happened to hack? Oh shit, come on, y'all. You gotta let me know when I don't put this up. That's hilarious. You gotta shout at me, chat. I know y'all getting busy in there though. Screen is black. Michael Martinez, thank you so much. We like to read. We read along here. The initiative is still at a request for information stage, a step agencies use to gauge interest from contractors before an official bidding process. Fucking sick, girl. He said, how much do you want it, bro? They're like, a little taste. We'll just show you a little bit of the cankles, and that's about it. But draft planning documents show the scheme is ambitious, ICE wants a contractor capable of staffing the centers around the clock, constantly processing cases on tight deadlines and supplying the agency with the latest, greatest subscription-based surveillance software. Fuck. Do they get ads? No, my thing is like, at what age is the cutoff to get that job for Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar to excuse? That's the real question. Lynn Stacks, running to somebody's chat to argue on behalf of your internet person is wild. That's what I'm saying. Like, man, I appreciate y'all so much because you're real fucking people. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're not already engaged in their community, don't fucking do it, bro. These aren't real fucking human beings. They're not. They're just online fucking, I don't know, mutants. I don't know what to call them. I really don't. It's just not worth it. Let me be pathetic for you. Let me be your avatar of fucking shamelessness. I'll do it. I will sacrifice myself, my dignity, my pride, my respect. Allow your online trollness to flow through me. The passion of the troll over here, bro. Like, just I will lose my self-respect on your behalf. Fucking there. All right. So fucking stupid, bro. The facilities at the heart of this plan are two of ICE's 3 targeting centers, responsible for producing leads that feed directly into the agency's enforcement operation. National Criminal Analysis and Targeting Centers sits, Jesus fucking Christ, in Williston, Vermont. It handles cases across much of the eastern U.S. The Pacific Enforcement Response Center, based in Santa Ana, California, oversees the western region and is designed to run 24 hours a day, even 7 days a week. Wow. They weren't lying about the fucking 24/7 shit. They really weren't. Fucking ambitious, bro. Ambitious. And then just for those wondering, again, this is an article from Wired. ICE wants to build out a 24/7 social media surveillance team by Dell Cameron. Because I know I've been getting distracted, not we. Okay. It's a little further up. Okay, cool. We're here. Awesome. God damn. I got like lotion in my eye. Sorry, chat. I got lotion in my eye. I'm blind. All right. Internal planning documents show that each site would be staffed with a mix of senior analysts, shift leads, and rank and file researchers. Vermont would see a team of 12 contractors, including a program manager and 10 analysts. California would host a larger nonstop watch floor with 16 staff at all times. At least 1 senior analyst and 3 researchers would be on duty at the Santa Ana site. And my question is, okay, how would we appropriately engage in this, right? Would it be protesting this site at all times? Would it be, I don't want to get into details, but like, how do we shame people? And only shame. That's all we would ever do. How do we shame people from like, going to these, to contribute to the kidnapping of people, right? Could we do anything, or to what extent could we make, in other words, are these motherfuckers are going to start wearing masks the way that these ICE kidnappers do? You want to contribute that shame. There was this Latina, I suppose, ICE agent that got fucking exposed, and she was wearing a mask and everything, and I guess somebody just fucking spotted her fucking I don't know if it's fit or her height or just she was recognizable enough. And it's like, homie, like you got family members, you got friends, you have old fucking colleagues, what have you, that are gonna recognize you, that are might pick up on your voice. So like, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Yeah. And you have to make these people embarrassed and ashamed of themselves. I seen a post where somebody was saying like, oh, I went on a date with this guy, yada yada, and he said he worked like for the government in this agency, whatever. And then she's like, oh, like trying to get into details. Is it law enforcement? What's this? What's that? First of all, if it was law enforcement, you should still, let's not normalize that shit. Why the fuck are you dating a fucking pig? It makes no sense. And she's like, oh yeah, you work for ICE, huh? And he's like, oh, well, it's complicated. It's not really. And it's like, bro, like, stop this shit, bro. Stop. All right. But we have to make them like feel embarrassed over this. Just have to. Especially if they're brown, especially if they're compradors. Like, let's make it to where like your whole fucking family has to be a bunch of fucking vendidos in order for you to feel comfortable. Your whole fucking family has to be vendidos. If there's even one fucking family member that doesn't fuck with that shit, we want to make sure that they shame you for it. We want to make sure that they shame you for it. So don't give your fucking primos a pass. Don't give your fucking primos a pass. All right. Together, these teams would operate as intelligent arms of ICE Enforcement and Removal Operation Division. They will receive tips and incoming cases, research individuals online, and package the results into dossiers that could be used to file. Okay. English. As an American, I should know fucking English. Son sinvergüenzas? Yeah, Pancho. They are. Pancho, I know I'm American, true red-blooded American, and I don't want to assume what you are, but if you claim to be Latino or what have you, whatever you're comfortable with, let's do if you're on Twitter or on Instagram, hit me up so that we could get something going with Dr. Ball. We need to have that conversation. I haven't been dodging it. I just trabajo, cabrón. I've been busy, you know what I mean? But I always appreciate y'all, you being in the chat and showing support despite, our disagreements. That means a lot, especially from like respectfully like older people. I know that like the Chicano movement is closer to y'all, dear near. I'm sure I would be the fucking same way if I lived through it. And don't think that I ever come that I'm not grateful. That's not the case. I just think that it's time to outgrow some shit. That's all it is. Soy Chicano, pues ahí está, güey. Ahí estamos. If you say so. I have to go check with the Greek Australian first to make sure you are. Limstacks, bragging about going on a date. Okay, Limstacks. Must be cool. Must be nice. All right. Went on a Tinder date with a dude who had law listed as his occupation. When we met, he told me he was at the police academy. It was immediately understood we weren't moving forward. Fuck. That's funny. Well, I hope he picked up or they picked up the bill. Where were we? What was I butchering? Okay. Together, these teams would operate as intelligence arms of ISIS Enforcement and Removal Operation Division. They will receive tips and incoming cases, research individuals online, and package the results into dossiers that could be used by field officers to plan arrests. The scope of information contractors are expected to collect is broad. Draft instructions specify open source intelligence, public posts, photos, and messages on platforms from Facebook to Reddit to TikTok. Analysts may also be tasked with checking more obscure or foreign-based sites such as Russia's Vkontakte. Oy, oy, oy. I don't know what that is. Vkontakte? Vkontakti. No, it's more French, huh? They would also be armed with powerful commercial databases such as LexisNexis. No way. Who named it that, bro? Stop. What's with this fucking ass Alice in Wonderland fucking name, bro? LexisNexis Accurant? 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 Jesus Christ. And Thomson Reuters Clear, which knit together property records, phone bills, utilities, vehicle registration, and other personal details into searchable files. Fuck, man. I'm not gonna lie, when I read this shit, I do get a little bit frustrated with the older generation because I'm like, you had it a little bit easier, but like COINTELPRO was such on point. If you haven't already, check out it's a Socialism for All. He did a cool little breakdown of Hassan Piker trying to downplay the fact that
so many first time
that there's no way that the US government would care to infiltrate the left because there is no left, and you'll never have a left unless you accept white supremacists in your ranks. But yeah, check this one out. Hassan Piker forgets about COINTELPRO to put down Grant Plattner criticism. Socialism for All. They were pretty cool stuff. Do audiobooks, appreciate that. And Walker, Socialism for All can be the GOAT as long as I am the Master Chief of streaming. And I don't know how Dr. Ball puts up with me. I really don't. Yeah, like I'm tapped in, Toribio. David Barnes does a great job at like sending me stuff, and it's embarrassing to admit that like most of the stuff he sends me, I've already like already seen. Because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm totally not like online like that, watching all this shit all the time. Thank you, but I do appreciate it, David. It's awesome. The one thing that I will say, David Barnes shared this leftist mafia clip, and I can handle watching those dumbass rad libs individually. Leftist mafia, I tapped out, and they always have like a one BIPOC, if you will, which is like so fucking annoying because like one is all you can muster. All right, bro. All right. Property records is wild, bro. The plan calls for strict turnaround times, urgent cases such as suspected national security threats or people on ISIS top 10 most wanted list must be researched within 30 minutes. Fuck. They said fucking 30 minutes or your kidnapping is fucking free. I'm not going to name names. David Barnes, not going to name names, you know. I get it. Cozying up to Wonder Bread Tube is career-wise, financially beneficial. And that's how you know that I don't do this shit for the money. I don't do it for the glory. I don't do it for the limelight. I'd be, oh man. Who was I talking to about this? Where I'm like, if I wanted to play that game, bro, I could be like homies in West Hollywood. If I wanted to kiss ass, that proximity would have helped me a lot to be like, oh yeah, you know, aquí estamos, we're out here, la raza's out here. Ya tú sabes, like shit like that. I don't know how to pretend to not be fucking who I am, but I could have. Come on, that fool needs a little brown fucking Latino allegedly by his side to give him some LA street cred. He does not have it. He doesn't have it. Neither do I. Don't get me wrong. It's not like fucking people know me like that. But Kevin De Leon sure as fuck knows who I am, bro. Nope. You could try and save it however you want, Sarah. That's not why he said it. And that makes no fucking sense either. But yeah, I could have done that. I could have cashed in like that. Would have had some fucking fresh gear on, bro. I would have had a working, functioning AC in my in my car. But I'm just not like that. And it's always been like that path is always there. And it's always fucking very, very easy. Cozying up to liberals, rad libs is easier than cozying up to the right and more beneficial because you still get invited to those parties and shit. But I can't fucking do it. And that's why I do have like some level of respect and appreciation for FD giving me, you know, time and day, and because he knows I'm gonna make it. Look, as this shit grows, I know for a fact people are gonna reach out to FD and be like, why? Why did you do this, FD? ¿Por qué? You know what I mean? It's just a matter of fucking time. Before I even fucking the channel started growing, Sam Cedar knew who I was. People don't chirp the way that I'd be chirping. Where are we at? Yeah, to be clear, like anybody can become fucking a citizen and get nationalized, lo que sea. That's not what I was despairing. I'm despairing the fucking cosplaying as a Latino. As a Latino. If it wasn't clear by him gatekeeping Latinidad, him thinking he could determine whether I'm Mexican or not, putting it into question, that's why I mock his shit. Because I know about, like, I know these characters. It's not, your guys are not difficult to solve. I had to deal with you my entire fucking life, bro. To be honest, like, I enjoyed community college more than Cal State because there wasn't as many white people. And even though the area that I ended up going to, anywho, all right. The plan goes beyond staffing. ICE also wants algorithms, asking contractors to spell out how they might weave artificial. They might wave. It's weave, no wave. Wave would be just a. Yeah, weave. Yeah. Asking contractors to spell out how they might weave artificial. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so American, but I can't fucking stop myself from fucking the accent stopping me right here. The plan goes beyond staffing. ICE also wants algorithms, asking contractors to spell out how they might weave artificial intelligence into the hunt. Ugh. A solicitation that mirrors other recent proposals. The agency has also set aside more than $1 million a year to arm analysts with the latest surveillance tools. ICE did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Earlier this year, The Intercept revealed that ICE had floated plans for a system that could automatically scan social media for negative sentiment towards the agency and flag users throughout to show a proclivity for violence. Procurement records previously reviewed by 404 Media identified software used by the agency to build dossiers on flagged individuals. I think this was an article I want to read. Yeah, inside database for finding. Yep. That one's been on the line for a while. No, Alexander Autumn, I appreciate you, but it does matter. Like, if I'm talking shit and somebody talks shit back and it's within the same lines, that's cool. What they fail to understand is the reason why I mock him is because he's cosplaying as a Latino. That's why I mock him. And all honesty, that's why I said, like, he's a fucking Greek Nosferatu. Untelevised on the Dequotration Live chat. Appreciate you. Hardcore hooligans. Nice to see you there in the Twitch chat, Mutt. All right. The thing is, when you understand how these fucking white people think, these white leftists, The setups are fucking, they're there. The setups are there. You just gotta fucking watch and observe. They do it. They do it themselves. They're not different. They're not different. I don't give a fuck if you're from the, the belly of the beast or not. You all operate the same, and it's quite evident. And I get proven correct time and time again. Let's see, compiling personal details, family links, and even using facial recognition to connect images across the web. Observers warned it was unclear how such technology could distinguish genuine threads from political speech. ICE's main investigation database, built by Palantir Technologies, already use algorithmic analysis to filter huge populations and generate leads. The new contract would funnel fresh social media and open source inputs directly into that system, further automating the process. Planning documents say some restrictions are necessary to heed off abuse. Okay, they care about us. That's nice. Contractors are barred from creating fake profiles, interacting with people online, or storing personal data on their own networks. All analysis must remain on ICE servers. I feel so fucking safe and secure now. Past experiences, however, shows such guardrails can be flimsy, honored more in paper than in practice. Other documents obtained by 404 Media this summer revealed that police in Medford, Oregon, performed license plate reader searches for ICE's Homeland Security Investigation Division, while HSI agents later ran searches in federal databases at the request of local police. An informal back and forth that effectively gave ICE access to tools it wasn't authorized to do. Eesh. Damn. Well, yeah, just remember, y'all, we're reading this because of Zohran Mamdani's inheritance of the NYPD. And just the surveillance state that we're in. And how he's gonna like handle that. Will he address it? I don't think so. He already agreed to keep Tish as a commissioner. That tells you everything you need to know. He's gonna play ball with these fucking Zionists. It's a rap. It's a fucking rap. Other surveillance contracts have raised similar alarms. In September 2024, ICE signed a $2 million contract with Paragon, an Israeli spyware company whose flagship product, Graphite, can allegedly remotely hack messaging app like WhatsApp. What's that? I don't have that. What is that? I don't have that. That's not something I use to communicate with family members abroad. Because I'm American. Why would I have WhatsApp? And Signal. Signal, that's what I use. That's what a real American uses. The Biden White House quickly froze the deal under an executive order restricting spyware use, but ICE reactivated it in August 2025 under the Trump administration. Yeesh. Point one for Biden, apparently. Last month, 404 Media filed a Freedom of Information lawsuit, demanding ICE release the contract and related records, citing widespread concern that the tool could be used to target immigrants, journalists, and activists. The Electronic Privacy Information Center has similarly sued ICE, calling its reliance on data brokers a significant threat to privacy and liberty. The American Civil Liberties Union has argued that buying bulk data sets, such as smartphone location trails gathered from ordinary apps, helps ICE sidestep warrant requirements and helps it pull in vast amounts of data with no clear link to its enforcement mandate. Yeah, it's just fucking fishing with a giant fucking net. And Walker Android. Fucking jailbreak it, or what do you mean? The newly proposed social media program is only the latest in a string of surveillance contracts ICE has pursued over the past few years. In 2020 and 2021, ICE bought access to Shadow Dragon's social net, a tool that aggregates data from more than 200 social networks and services into searchable maps of a person's connections. Fuck. I feel bad for all for all my friends and like fucking coworkers that are somehow now connected to this shit. Let's just say for all of us that are fucking putting out dumb shit, you know, or a lack of patriotism. Around the same time, the agency contracted with Babel Street for Locate X. Wait, was this a whole ass name? Around the same time, the agency contracted with Babel Street for Locate X, which supplies location histories from ordinary smartphone apps. What the fuck? Fuck. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement employs surveillance tools against migrant, immigrants, and immigrant communities to carry out its investigation and immigration enforcement objectives. These tools often collect personal and sensitive data with smartphones as well as data available online, including on social media sites. Much of this data is information that individuals never consented to disclose to ICE, and at times the data includes information ICE cannot collect directly without a warrant. Among these surveillance tools is SocialNet, an investigation software sold by Shadow Dragon. Through SocialNet, ICE can create detailed profiles of its targets, including their location, lifestyles, and personal relationships. Fuck, this is terrifying, and it's so easy, you know, learning more and more about this, and this is just a surface. This is just the tip of the iceberg. To become jaded and be like, bro, like they know it. I mean, at this point, they know what we're thinking. The Amish were right. SocialNet gathers its data from websites such as social media platforms. ICE has spent almost $900,000 on contracts for SocialNet since 2012. Another tool is Babel Street's Locate X, a software tool that uses location data from mobile application. Using Locate X, ICE can monitor and identify cell phones that cross through specific locations, learn where those cell phones had been before crossing through those locations, and learn where those cell phones travel after. Since 2018, ICE has entered contract totaling approximately $2.5 million for Babel Street software. Fuck. No. Damn, bro. Oh, yeah. They'll give them fucking backdoor access. This is offer. I mean, when it comes down to it, this is all just for pretend. But it also benefits like the market, right? Like we all have to pretend that these fucking, you know, cell phone providers, that these fucking app companies won't just willingly give this up if pressured even the slightest. But it's beneficial for the software surveillance companies to exist. It's profitable. The name of which article, Doctor Who? I'll just put it in the chat. I should be doing that more often, not gonna lie. I hope it's this one. Is it? Yeah, it is. Awesome. Yeah, I should be doing that more often. My apologies. Yeah, I mean, Alexander, basically. G. Burke Stacks, thank you for educating and sharing information while telling weirdos to stay away. We just have to deal with them in real life, and I have to play nice when I do interact with them. So why are you here, bro? We don't like you fools. You don't like us. Dope. Where are we at? ICE also adopted Nexus Accurant, used by agents to look up addresses, vehicles, and associates, though the scale of the spending on that service is unclear. In September, ICE signed a multi-million-dollar contract with Clearview AI, a facial recognition company that built its database by scrapping billions of images from social media and the public web. Jesus. ICE to pay up to $10 million for Clearview facial recognition to investigate agent assaults. ICE handed controversial facial recognition company its biggest contract to date as it continues its illegal immigration crackdown. Damn, bro. We'll read that one another time. That's a must read. You know, I'm gonna have to pull out the board, huh? I'm gonna have to pull out the board and start connecting dots and naming companies and shit like that. I don't know, like just a rundown, like 15-minute video on like, hey, like here are the companies that ICE is contracting and why we should all be afraid. Throughout, ICE has leaned on Palantir's investigation case management system to combine disparate streams of data into a single investigative platform. Recent contract updates show the system lets agents search people using hundreds of categories, from immigration status and the country of origin to scars, tattoos, and license plate reader data. Each surveillance contract ICE signs adds another layer: location trails, social networks, and financial records, biometric identifiers, feeding into Palantir's hub. ICE's new initiative is about scaling up the human side of the equation, stationing analysts around the clock to convert the fire hose, of data into raid-ready leads. And this is the thing: this does not function, even with AI, without people willing to cooperate. That's the issue. And if we normalize fucking war criminals, we're eventually going to normalize ICE agents, and we're most definitely going to normalize the pencil pushers. And those involved in this in the bureaucratic kind of office space of ICE. Because they're going to say like, well, no, like we actually never went out there. I worked for a different department. I was just looking for criminals. I was just looking for the bad guys. Yeah, all that bullshit. ICE argues it needs these tools to modernize enforcement. Its planning documents note that previous approaches, which have not incorporated open web sources and social media information, have had limited success. The agency suggests that tapping social media and open web data helps identify aliases, track movement, and detect patterns that traditional methods often miss. By traditional, they mean legal or what? I mean, one of the reasons why like I'm hesitant to get more visible tattoos, you know, is some of this. Not that I would ever do anything that is like that will put me in the crosshairs of any agency, right? But to not think of that aspect is a little naive. Again, unless it all disappears, then we're getting the placazo. All right. With plenty of historical analogs to choose from, privacy advocates warn that any surveillance that starts as a method of capturing immigrants could soon be deployed for ulterior purposes. Bro, like that is already, bro. Beyond counterterrorism, data sharing, privacy, and organizational histories of DHS fusion centers. Wow, 14 pages of this beauty. More on the fusion centers. I want to fucking dive into this one. Let's see here. Mechanism channels for data sharing. Our interviews indicate that in their day-to-day activities, fusion centers rely less on technology enabled collaboration, and rely more on email, phone calls, and personal networking at conferences. That's what I'm saying. It's about people are still working this despite AI. They're still human beings, allegedly. They're still human beings, allegedly, typing the shit away, making the calls, rubbing fucking elbows. That we have to shame, bro. They have to be ashamed to say what they do. This statement of a sub-state fusion center official is typical. Our main source of communication is through email right now. Officials realize the limitations of technology and elaborate databases. Jesus. This statement of a sub-state fusion center official is typical. Our main source of communication is through email right now. Officials realize the limitations of technology and elaborate databases. Oh, yeah. Elaborate? Anywho. An official at the state level fusion centers lamented that the different federal agencies, DHS and FBI in particular, have their secure networks of communication which require registering, getting authorization, logging on, and there. We're still kind of stuck in this looping information where there's too many portals that we have to go through to get information. Another state official commented, I think we are in a position, like many, where more often than not, we get our breaking news from CNN and MSNBC before we get it through our federal law enforcement partners. Shit. Several Fusion Centers officials noted that they use Microsoft Fusion Core, which is designed and marketed by Microsoft, especially for using by Fusion Centers. As Microsoft describes it, Microsoft Fusion Framework is an integrated, holistic technology architecture for fusion centers, which can help you to enhance information sharing and security by automating collection, intake, and workflow management, collaborating, analysis, data visualization, disseminating, auditing, and capturing of business performance metrics. Notwithstanding the rapid standard usage of Microsoft Fusion Core and other third-party databases and platforms, most Fusion Centers officials were interviewed. Most data center officials we interviewed voiced palpable frustration with information technology vendors. One sub-state official commented, "We get bombarded by the vendor community. It's a market for it, baby. There's a market. There's money to be made." And another referred to the vendors as vultures, noting that they follow the grant money. Inner surveillance fucking shaming is hilarious. No, those guys, they're the fucking animals. Man, ICE proposal to track negative sentiment is a clear example of how the agency's threat monitoring leads into the policing of dissent. By drawing in the online activity of not only its targets, but also friends, family, and community members, ICE is certain to collect far more information outside its mandate than it's likely to publicly concede. 100%. 100%. Without fucking question. Now, I do want to go over this video and then we'll wrap up for the day, but I think it'll be dope to keep an eye on it. Let me make sure I get the right one. Is it this one or is it, I think it might be this one. That's 9 months ago. Let me make sure I got the right one. Again, I appreciate it when y'all let me know that I've been dropping the ball and there's US stalls. Okay. Here we go. This is a year ago? Holy shit. Yeah, I've been failing for sure. And I know yesterday we made fun of Ronnie Colic and Katie Halper, the Zionist Katie Halper. Well, look, if I was truly a fucking hater and wasn't nuanced, wasn't willing to hear people when they're correct, I wouldn't be covering this, right?
want to start out with one of the most serious issues happening on the face of the earth right now, and unfortunately one that hasn't been getting as much coverage as it deserves, and that is the ongoing conflict in the Sudan. And we are very, very honored to be joined here by Ahmed Kabalo, who is the CEO and founder of Africa Stream. Ahmed, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me, and big shout out to your show. I tune in regularly, and it's a fantastic show. You know, the range of topics that you guys cover, and the fact that during this 17-month proxy war in Sudan, you guys have been very consistent in covering it. So I appreciate that. And I know the people of Sudan appreciate it too.
Look, whatever my criticism, Breakthrough News can do real fucking work. Can do real fucking work, without question.
Well, we really appreciate you, and we appreciate all your work, and it's an honor.
Like, if you watch Breakthrough News instead of fucking the Majority Report, like, that's already such a move to the left. Such a fucking move to the left.
To have you here today, and it's last few days, a lot has been happening last couple weeks in Sudan. You have the army have the offensive there in Khartoum. We're also seeing, you know, some pushback on the RSF in Darfur. You know, maybe the first place I want to start is, you know, where you see the state of things in a more general sense. I mean, for instance, we've seen the army pushing back against the RSF in Khartoum. The RSF has been widely hit for mass atrocities. People are very upset about that. But we also have seen some of the resistance committees, it seems, have been, you know, facing extrajudicial executions from the army. So when we look at the nature of where things are now, I mean, do you feel like we're in a stalemate, that things are maybe shifting in the army's favor? And how does that play for the broader political scene of the political forces that led the revolutionary process that overthrew the Bashir government?
A reminder, this is a year old. All right? This is a year old.
I mean, in terms of the revolutionary process, it's going to be a long time before we get back on track. At the moment, you know, people just want peace. People want to be able to return back to their homes. The Sudanese diaspora are relatively positive at the moment, because while, you know, the army has had us in many dictatorships, not just a 30-year dictatorship, but dictatorships since 1956, in the battle against the RSF, everyone is rooting for the army. Now, when it comes to British elections, whether it's Keir Starmer versus Rishi Sunak, or US elections, you know, Trump versus Harris, we don't believe in the lesser of two evils. But when it comes to war, there definitely is a concept of lesser of two evils, and the army in that regard is the lesser of two evils. Because,
but you see here, this is coming from like the sentiment of the people on the ground. Huge fucking difference. When Radlibs use the lesser of two evil argument, it is for their own fucking benefit and well-being. Right? In terms of like selfishness. They're not willing to sacrifice a thing. Whereas when you're actually amongst the carnage, it is 100% understandable to choose the lesser of two evil. When you are amongst the carnage, when you're in the middle of it. But when you're going to be comfortable and safe, regardless, it's like, damn, you're not even willing to make yourself slightly uncomfortable for progress. Defending the status quo always. Because it benefits them.
Because, you know, the militia force of the RSF has no discipline. You know, they are committing mass sexual violence. They're brutalizing people, occupying people's homes. You know, just from my own personal experience, our home in Bahri was taken over by the RSF. My father was beaten up at gunpoint, car stolen. And they have a kind of mechanism where you're meant to complain to the superiors when these types of things happen. But it's laughable, because if you complain, then they come back again. So, you know, this is the type of militia force.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, we kind of like, there's that mob mentality, right? I was like, oh, you think you have a voice? Oh, you're going through the proper channels. Okay, here's your reward. More harassment, more targeting. A shout out to Ace 6670, absolutely sharing this with me. Look, I do my best. David Barnes knows I'm not always on top of things, but if you share it and I realize that it's vital to cover, this is a year old, just to highlight how far back I am on this, just to highlight how much I dropped the ball, how my anti-blackness blinded me to, take this as a legitimate concern. And the only way to fucking make things right is by doing the fucking work. And there's just one aspect of it. There's just one aspect of it. I still need to do the fucking reading. I don't know the first thing about Sudan.
That Sudan is battling at the moment. And a way to explain it is, if the Rapid Support Forces lose this battle, the war is over. If the Sudanese army lose this battle, we have no state left, no functioning state, that is. So yeah, it's not to say that the army should have amnesty for what it's done, not just during this period of war, but during the last 30 years and beyond. But there is a short-term objective that all people of Sudan are getting behind, and that is defeating the Rapid Support Forces.
So, when we talk about the war in Sudan and these two warring sides, what is the role of outside actors? That's the question I always have when it comes to any conflict in the global south, or anywhere really. Who's participating? I mean, who's arming each side, and who has a stake in this that's not Sudanese?
So many countries, where to begin? Yeah. So obviously Sudan is strategically a very important place. It's next to the Gulf of Aden, on the Red Sea, next to the Suez Canal. So from the very beginning, there's been many powers interested in Sudan. Now, the most obvious one right now is the United Arab Emirates, which is putting all of its support behind the Rapid Support Forces. Early on in the conflict, the Russian Wagner Group was also supporting the Rapid Support Forces, but now the Russians have done a U-turn and are supporting the armed forces. And actually, that switch in support has been pivotal, because.
So we were reading about this yesterday, but I hope he provides. It's a year ago, so hopefully it provides more insight, more details into it.
Because Russia's fighter jets, which have been donated by Algeria, have now have been pivotal in the Sudanese army's offensive and retaking Khartoum state. Then we have places like Egypt, which doesn't want to see a bad example of democratic rule on its southern border, which might then inspire democratic movement in its own country. It also has its own kind of long-standing battle with the Muslim Brotherhood. So it wants to keep the army in check to make sure that the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt doesn't find a base there, which it previously had done under Hosni Mubarak. We have other countries as well in regards to the Grand Renaissance Dam and concerns about whose side the Sudanese army will be on in regards to the tensions between Ethiopia and Egypt. So some states like Ethiopia have allegedly been backing the RSF because Egypt has been backing the Sudanese army.
Yipper, no, I'm not like
I'm afraid of talking
I'm not
to
like
people
maps and
who
shit like
are
that.
outside of my race.
Not the most intelligent person there, or savvy. But because of the reading yesterday, I understood that Chad was near there. He mentioned Egypt, Libya. So I like a little bit. I always struggle with pronouncing it Itria, or Itria. Because of just reading about the refugees. What do you like? What would you call that? Refugee. I'm losing the word, but because of the refugees going through Sudan, right? Meaning that what we were reading yesterday was saying, hey, not only is there refugee, what is the word I'm looking for? Refugee, what? Not issue, problem. There's another word for it. Can't think of it. But because of that, I'm like, oh, okay, well, Andrew, that should help a normal, intelligent person, but not me. I'm sorry. Eritrea.
So it's turned into a proxy war, not only in the Middle East, but in Africa as well. And then we have superpowers So the Sudanese, the American government.
Crisis. How did crisis on infinite earths? How did I forget the word crisis? Yeah, it's a refugee crisis, both internal within Sudan and neighboring refugees. So I kind of assumed that it was like near Chad, Libya was mentioned, Eritrea was mentioned, Egypt was mentioned, Libya was. I don't know if I repeated Libya. So they were mentioned. So I'm like, oh, okay, it's in this neighboring area. Now tell me to point out a map. Well, I'm fucking stupid, yo. Like, no, no. I'm never gonna pretend to be something I'm not on here. It was crisis. It was sweeter than anything. Nice seeing you in the chat. It was crisis though. Refugee crisis. Yes. Thank you.
Government was very clear that a Russian naval base cannot come into Sudan, and that happened. That statement was issued by the Sudanese ambassador a year before this conflict broke out. So who knows what role they've played in this destabilizing process? Because what we do know is that Russian naval base isn't likely to happen while the country is at war. So there's many countries that are concerned about what's going on in Sudan. Many countries have interest in Sudan. We have the Port of Sudan. We have agricultural rich lands in Jazeera states. We have gold, which ends up in Dubai from Darfur. Hameti is one of the richest men in Sudan because he was smuggling a lot of gold through his family company to Dubai long before the war, and it hasn't stopped, even though the war's been raging on.
You know, I'm
that business. Can't get food to people, can't get medical attention to people, but we could get the gold out. Priorities.
I'm glad you raised the issue of the riches of Sudan, the sort of crossroads of the world situation of Sudan. I think it's something that maybe a lot of people don't fully realize, but it almost feels like a lot of how we got here, Ahmed. It's almost like a Haiti-like scenario in the sense that the sort of fear of what a self-determined Sudan could mean, you know, for Africa and for the broader sort of Middle East region, something that a lot of powers have been very concerned about since 2019.
Yeah, there's always been vested interest to make sure that Sudan isn't united.
Yeah, Mo says a year ago, Jesus Christ. That's what I'm saying. Like, and this is why like Ace was super cool. Ace is super cool about like, hey, like they didn't say it like this, but like get on this shit. Like, what are you doing? Like you're talking like you give a shit about anti-blackness. Well, fuck. There's a genocide occurring. And it's like, fuck, man, like but all we can do is just fucking try and get on the ball and fucking learn. And yeah, if anybody's got like any sources, any books, or just I don't know if we need respectfully, I don't know if we need the entire history of Sudan, or maybe it's modern history or something along those lines, articles that we could go through. I mean, just was it yesterday's streams where I was like already like, oh shit, like we're looking at the refugee crisis, and I didn't know any of that. I'm not gonna pretend to have known. Why? Like, who does that help? My fucking ego? Like, I got an ego for other shit, not for this. I want to learn. I want to educate myself. I want to be a better fucking human being. I want to be a better fucking leftist. I want to be a better fucking, ally. And doing so requires educating yourself and admitting that you have a blind spot. And why do we have that blind spot? All right.
That's what led to the two republics, South and North. It's well documented that evangelical Christians in your country, not your country, the country you reside in, were supporting the secessionist movement in the South. The reason for that is because 75% of the oil fields reside in the South. So they
whoa. Hold on. Bro. Christians rejoice as South Sudan celebrates independence. Shouts and tears of joy flow through the streets of Juba today. Jesus. Oh, they're being used, huh? Damn.
pushed. We saw Angelina Jolie. We saw George Clooney pushing for independence in the South. Then when the South started to rage into war, they were nowhere to be seen. And then there's Darfur, which has got many mineral resources. It's got gold, uranium, diamond, and then we have the River Nile, which in itself is a huge resource. Then there's Jazeera State, which the UAE clearly has its hands on. And what we've seen recently with the Sudanese army taking control of Khartoum State and making advances to Jazeera State and North Darfur in Al Fasher, looking for a counter-offensive there, is these are very strategically important places. So that if there is, God forbid, all Sudanese people are hoping this won't be the case, but if there is some sort of Libya-style partition between East and West, it's all about who controls what, who will control Jazeera State, who will...
Sorry. Sister Ashley Knuckles, thank you. I look all cracked out right now, but thank you. God damn. I was tweaking. I just saw myself. I was like, whoa. That's how excited I get when somebody drops some fucking sort. Because I love I love reading the like. God damn. Like I'm cool with listening to stuff, but one, I don't feel that I absorb the information as well. But like, give me something to read and I'll do my best. I'm a slow fucking reader. Like I'm never gonna claim to be something that I'm not. I'm a slow reader. I get distracted easily. I gotta reread fucking paragraphs at times. But I want to do that work. Fucking reading for me is like doing fucking road work. You gotta go out there and fucking run. You gotta hit fucking pavement to get that cardio up. From pre-colonial roots to independence. And I hope you all share my love for fucking knowledge and expanding. And I know you do. That's why you're here. Not because I provided, but because, you know, fucking, you gotta be able to talk shit a little bit. It's a Substack though. Sometimes Substacks. Oh, it did. Nice. It's a year old as well. See, we're so behind the ball. So I'm not gonna have time to cover this today, unfortunately. But I'm definitely gonna read this independently. 22-minute listen if you want to hear it as well. All right, dope. Something to read after this. Thank you so much, Knuckles.
Who will control Port Sudan? Who will control Darfur? And that's why the Sudanese army didn't enter the US-backed peace talks in Switzerland, because at the time, the only strategic place it controlled was Port Sudan. Right now, with this offensive, it seems to be taking control of much more of the strategically important places in Sudan. So it might, if it does go into negotiations, it will be going to negotiations from a position of strength, not a position of weakness.
And in terms of moving forward, I know you can't predict outcomes necessarily, but you know, where do you think this is going? What happens next? Do you think there is an opening for there to be an end to this ongoing fighting, or do you see this continuing for a longer period of time?
Such a heartbreaking like question to look back at.
If you had asked me this question 2 weeks ago, I would say there was no end in sight. But with the air advantage that has been supplied in part with, you know, Russia switching sides, we have the Iranian support, with the Algerian support. It looks like, you know, there is a possibility that the army could have a military victory in the whole of the country, especially as we're seeing more and more civilians joining and aligning themselves with the army. The RSF has no popular support in the street. It means it has no lookouts from local people. It means that there's no one going to be, you know, people are going to be informing on their positions. So in a situation where you have a hostile militia force, which is fighting against an army which is backed by parts of the country which have historically has huge grievances with the army but are now backing the army, then hopefully this should mean that a military victory for the Sudanese army is coming soon. But our problems won't be over when the army wins. That'll just be the start of a new phase of struggle for the Sudanese people. Let's not forget that the Sudanese army birthed the Rapid Support Forces, used it as a militia to quell uprisings in Darfur, the Nuba Mountains, and Kordofan and Blue Nile area. So, you know, the army is.
It's that blowback, man. That blowback. When you arm like the reactionary elements within your country, within your nation, like it's a dangerous game that always ends up with blowback. Fuck, man.
Is the source of all of this. However, in this current stage of the Sudanese state, we do need the RSF to be defeated.
And, you know, one final thing I just want to ask you before we go here is about double standards of how we view the conflict and how it's being addressed internationally. I mean, the UNOCHA is asking for about basically $3 billion roughly this year in humanitarian assistance. It's only half funded so far, and we're almost towards the end of the year, so I suspect it probably won't be fully funded. But when we look at the unlimited funds going to Ukraine, you know, certainly for both war and whatever, we see the unlimited funds for the genocide in Israel. I mean, it just seems in Palestine rather amazing that everyone talks so much, oh, Sudan, 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 every country has a special envoy, but then all these rich countries can't even come up with $3 billion in humanitarian aid.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you an example of where I used to live in the UK, the UK had a policy called House a Ukrainian Refugee, where it would pay citizens to take in a Ukrainian refugee, a monthly fee, yeah, which is great. You know, Ukrainians deserve our solidarity.
I seen a documentary about that, and it's like they had to kick them out because they were so fucking racist that they're like harassing people in schools and shit like that. I seen that with the Ukrainian refugees.
The Ukrainians have done nothing to deserve, you know, this conflict that they're stuck in the middle of. But Sudan was a former British colony. So where is the House of Sudanese Refugee policy? Where's the concern for Sudanese refugees? That's just on a national level. And then we have, you know, the NGOs and the institutions like the UN that seem to talk about
voted for
Sudan
Kamala
when there's
Harris.
a
You got
UN General
problem?
Assembly. But that's basically it. We have 25 million people at risk of famine. We have the largest displacement of people anywhere in the earth. There's 18,800 reported deaths, but the US envoy, not someone I usually.
Then you heard super chat tweeted anything buying David Barnes a cold one. I don't know how, like, I don't know how that's gonna work, but okay. Appreciate it. Appreciate the super chat. Now I do miss hearing it, but I'm glad that y'all can hear it. That's what's important.
Quote says that it's likely to be over 150,000. So these are the statistics. People are eating dirt. We've got videos on social media of people eating insects. Children are dying in front of their parents. You know, it's horrific, and the lack of solidarity from NGOs, from humanitarian organizations, from states that claim to be, you know, doing good in the world, although we know they're not. It screams of, I hate to bring it up, but it screams of racism and it screams of double standards. You know, we heard when the.
And that's, you know, that's what I'm saying is we're culpable of this. And by we, I mean like non-black leftist, you know, streamers like myself. It's gross to describe myself as such, but that's the reality. So I'm not exaggerating. Like, I don't want people to ever think that like I'm pulling, like, I don't know, like, you know how Emma Vigeland pulled the anti-Semitic card on behalf of Sam Cedar? Like, I don't want anyone to ever think that I'm pulling like the anti-black card on behalf of like anyone else. It's just like frustrating to be like, yo, like that's because I do it on myself. Like, I'm like, I cannot diminish the anti-black influence of why I haven't paid attention to this. Why mainstream media doesn't pay attention to this. Let's just stop. Let's just stop pretending otherwise. So I hope it never comes off as disrespectful or disingenuous. I know I was debating people who I assume were black because of their PFPs. You know, debating to them about whether or not using Uncle Tom was anti-black. And then they're like, not just, excuse me. Uncle Sabo was one of them. The other one was a house slave. And I'm like, bro, is this who like forced into servitude? Well, no, listen to that. But but if you look at it, I'm like, yeah, but these are both either white dudes or one's a white fucking where's he from? Fuck, I don't know, but he's Arab, I assume. And it's like, why are you using the term house slave? Why is anyone in this conversation? Why is anyone in this conversation comfortable enough to use the term house slave? One, it doesn't apply. Two, where the fuck are you to be using that shit? This is fucking weird, bro.
When the crisis was happening in Ukraine, the plethora of journalists that said these are blue-eyed people just like us. Well, unfortunately in Sudan, there are no blue-eyed people. They're just people that look like me with darker hue that are desperate for this war to end and are desperate. Let's just put this into perspective. These are two entities, the RSF and the army, that are backed by two US allies, Egypt and the UAE. Yet the lack of international pressure from the world's global superpower on both of these entities, it has been astounding. You know, these states, these client states, these satellite states in the Middle East, they wouldn't jump unless they were given prior permission.
Yep.
So if the United States put any serious pressure on the United Arab Emirates to stop supplying the RSF through Chad, the war would end within a week. But it hasn't done that because Sudan, it's more important, in my opinion, that a stable Sudan doesn't allow a Russian naval base than it is to stop the suffering of millions of people and to allow 11 million people to be allowed back into their homes.
Well, we will be hoping that it ends as soon as possible, and
I will continue to do, you know, the best that I can to stay focused on this. Not even to stay focused on it, to just catch up on this. This is a year old. To catch up and make myself aware and knowledgeable on this. I'm not claiming that I'm going to like dedicate myself to become an expert, but at least be able to carry a coherent conversation about it and understand the basics of it, as I feel that I'm capable for when it comes to Palestine. Although again, not an expert. But yeah, let's Lego on the Twitch chat says F the UAE. Yep. But again, nobody's claiming that the UAE is fucking controlling the US government. Because for that, we understand that that would be a ridiculous fucking claim. The Zionist entity does not run the US. Same shit. But yeah, you know, fuck, man. I got a lot to read on that. Thank you so much again, Sister Asking Knuckles Up. I'll throw it in the chat for anybody who wants to read this as well. I know sometimes it's a little difficult. This wasn't, thankfully, to find Substack articles like through Google search. But you know, appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for sticking around. Thank you for hearing me rant. It was a little bit like a little passionate, a little personal, not gonna lie. But I'm always grateful and appreciative of hearing criticism, even if it comes from white people, to help better understand my own position and to better elaborate if I failed to articulate myself proficiently. And again, I mean, my question goes out to Bad Empanada, goes out to all his cultists. Why would an American supremacist get a German supremacist tattoo? Because it's white supremacy, baby. Appreciate y'all. Hit the like on your way out. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I will be working on, you know, hopefully wrapping up that Grant Plattner video this weekend. I'll have it out hopefully by Monday. All things looking good. We'll get that shit done. Super chats are turned on. Super stickers are turned on if you want to financially help support the channel. I will be finally putting up the Patreon, the members only stuff. I'll get that all done. Just getting through the awkwardness of it all. But I appreciate y'all for being here. Again, get busy in the chat. Don't be scared, homies. We're having a good time. Even those that we disagree with and are coming from other communities, we're not, you know, we're cool. We're willing to have conversations and discussions and disagreements. Allah Authority Bio, appreciate y'all for being mods. Thank you so much. It was a fun one. It was a little personal, but we got through it. A lot of fun. And definitely the No Sabo video is on the docket. Thank you so much, Bad Empanada, for that. And may I one day become Mexican in his eyes. May one day I be Latino, because I need his permission. I need his approval. Who am I? Who am I? And on the Deculturation live chat, appreciate you as well. Twitch chat, appreciate you as well. Subscribe to Deculturation Live. We're at 411 subscribers over there. Let's get that to 500. I appreciate y'all. As Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. Ya estuvo.